this mutes. Well, that's kind of annoying. Just try to do this quickly then. All right.
Okay.
To be fair, I think Opie actually brought it to my attention first with the trailer.
Oh, yeah, that is true. Yes,
Also, hi,
did.
Opie.
Oh, hi. But you are right. I did bring up this trailer first the other day.
Honestly, it's just amazing this thing even exists at all.
Newer team, you impressed me once more.
I think it's a little loud. Ignore that. I think this is better. Hopefully it's not too quiet now.
That's I can't really tell because I had to literally turn up my headset.
Should be
Okay,
good.
gotcha.
Okay.
All right, that's good to know. Plus, just mixing up the music with Ace Attorney and then this. It's just majestic. A chef's
Seriously.
kiss. A chef's kiss.
Alright, we'll get started in like a minute or so.
Understood.
God, has it already been 2 years since V3? Jesus.
Good lord.
Time freaking flies.
Oh, speaking of Danganronpa, I should put this on my server. Or, not my server, my channel.
Yeah, boy.
Alright, let's see. That... No, not that.
So I suppose we'll start this thing. Yeah, I found out this existed like 2 or 3 days ago. So actually I had to hunt down Oot to get this thing working. Had to hunt down Project 64. I mean a totally legit N64, clearly. Now.
Yes.
But yeah, I think we can see clearly what the inspiration is. Move over, Phoenix Wright. Here comes Link, hero of law. Yeah, well, just overwrite. I was just doing testing.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, apparently there's autosave, which is kind of amazing.
Don't turn off your
Clearly it's
console now.
ghost trick. Yeah, sure. So quiet. Think they forgot? Get a royal visitation? No one could make such a blunder, princess. I'm not even gonna bother trying to make proper voices.
No. Too much work.
Well, I guess I should just go in then. Hi, Zelda. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good.
Hmm.
And they very much were able to recreate the freaking Ace Attorney vibe here.
This shit's so
I
fucking
think
good.
after so many years of doing this, I'd be used to this stress. Anyways, the start button, you can see the history. And it's an Ace Attorney thing. We have a court record. Fortunately, we can't view the badge closer, but it is there.
Look at my attorney's badge.
And it looks like Melon's the defendant and her dad's the victim. Why am I shaking? Ugh, guess it's a lot worse when it's your friend's life that's on the line. Come on, come look professional. She can't see you like this. Speaking of her, though, where is she anyway? Hey, Ace Attorney sounds. Hey, you over there! Huh? What is it, attorney? Trial isn't starting yet. It will soon, right? You happen to know why my client isn't here yet? I didn't get to speak much with her when she was arrested, so I was hoping I could at least exchange a word with her now. Well, you weren't the only one with the idea. I believe she's currently in the prosecutor's lobby. You wanted to talk to her as well. What? What is up with this guy? He bars me from the crime scene, blocks my detention center visit, and now this? Not to worry, she will definitely be here before the trial. Great. That'll be a joyous 5 minutes indeed. But there's nothing I can do but wait. Sometime later. Okay, this is ridiculous. How much longer can he keep her? Yeah, see, there she is. No need to get all worked up. Something wrong?
There she is.
That here shouting? So much for looking professional. No, don't worry. Everything's fine. I'm a pole of justice. Is Malin. Ever since we met in Hyrule Castle Town all those years ago, we've been great friends. Her heart's in the right place. I know she cared deeply about her father. Everything's fine. Why do you look so worried? Well, how did the investigation go? Did you find anything? Yes. Investigation. I found tons of groundbreaking stuff. Particularly that my opponent's a real scumbag. What did the prosecutor want from you anyway? Well, mostly just threats. He kept explaining in detail what happened to me if I felt guilty. Doesn't sound like a vital discussion that needed to happen right before the trial. Probably just did that so we wouldn't have as much time to talk. You believe in me, right? I didn't do it. I never. Of course I do. I believe you. I'll be honest, things aren't looking very good right now. What's that you've got there? Oh, this is just a pictograph of father I carry around. Aw, just can't believe he's gone. Actually, you know how to cheer her up right now. Not very good at handling emotional clients. You know, a pictograph could be really useful for their trial. No? How so? Well, you look so happy together. Get presented to show that you two had a great relationship. You really think so? Yeah, well, here you go then. Yeah.
Anything useful.
You walking in there with something other than my badge. I've not played them on stream, but yes, all of them. Wait, we shouldn't just be idly chatting. Anyway, there's not much time left. I know it's hard to talk about, but could you tell what actually happened? I'll stand much chance if I don't know your version of the story. I understand. Unfortunately, there isn't much to... Trial starting, defend the attorney and enter the courtroom at once.
Of course, we're out of time.
Uh-oh. Shouldn't have said that stuff about having no chance. Alright. Everything will be fine. Prosecutor has been playing me for a fool since this began, but sooner or later his arrogance will be his undoing. Let's head inside.
Go time.
My name is Link. I've been a defense attorney for the last 7 years. I won my fair share of cases and lost some too, but this one is personal. There's so much at stake here. Not only do I have to send Malon's life, I have got to find out who did this to Talon. Talon was always so kind. He didn't deserve this. I need to do him justice. I cannot lose this. Of course it's fucking Ganon. Court is not. No, I'm not doing that.
You're not
The
doing
court
my
is not in
voice.
session for the trial of Malon of Walnut Ranch. Defense is ready, Your Honor. I sincerely doubt that. What were they thinking, pitting me against some pathetic kid? Yeah, pathetic kid. What gives you the right to still your tongue? Bring shame upon the fine color of your hair, vile woman. Before long, the world shall know the horrible deeds you've committed. Oh, we're already facing Von Karma, I see. And let's not prolong the inevitable. Shall we begin? No, this course is no place to be exchanging insult. The prosecution seems ready as well. Let's hear their opening statement. The opening statement shall also be the closing one. The girl did it. It's obvious. She killed her own father in cold blood. Also, she could have the ranch to herself. Couldn't wait for the old fool to die naturally, could you, the greedy little rat? Oh my god, they even brought the Ganon laugh.
Yep.
Your Honor, you can't allow this man to verbally abuse the defendant like this. Oh my god, he even have his own objection.
Yep.
She committed murder, kid. She deserves every bit of score she gets. I do believe a little less commentary wouldn't go amiss. I assure you, old man, you will change your opinion once you see all the damning evidence. Who is this guy? How can he speak to the judge like that? Ganondorf Dragmire. Looks like I've been lucky to avoid meeting this man until now. The stories I've heard about him must be true. A boorish barbarian of a man hailing from the Gerudo province. Apparently he prides himself on the neat clean streak he's cultivated for decades. It is Von Karma, Jesus! All while disrespecting everyone in the court, including the judge. I even heard some attorney refer to him as the King of Evil. Definitely has that look at the very least. Who wears full armor to court? And they even got the Phoenix pauses. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Very well, please present your case to the court. Don't seem to like me talking, so I'll just let the detective present the basics. Bring Impa of the Sheikah force to the stand. Oh, there we go. First battle. I know Impa. She's quite a competent detective. Which worries me. Please let her have made a mistake just this once. Hello, Impa. Alright, state your name and whatever it is you pretend. What the dick?
Get it.
You never change, do you, prosecutor? Any possible change would be for the worse. Now stop wasting time. Name an occupation. Oh man. Very well. I'm Impa, head detective of the Sheikah Force, Homicide Division. True for now, at least. Oh, what are you waiting for? Stop talking! We're the one assigned to this case, so you know all about it. What calamity has befallen our fair kingdom? Still can't be bothered to give a proper opening statement. Suppose I can do the prosecutor's job for him this time for the sake of an unbiased look. Please go ahead, detective. Oh my god, that's amazing! The music! They recreated this atmosphere of Phoenix Wright so perfectly.
Again, they went above and beyond with this.
Seriously, that's amazing. The incident happened early yesterday morning on Lon Lon Ranch, a local supplier of goods located just south of Castletown. The current owner of the homestead, Talon, was found dead in his ranch house. A tragic loss for a kingdom for sure. I've seen the man around Castletown a number of times, delivering goods. I don't actually know, I should look on the website. Quite, the owner was a rather important figure in the local community. In any case, we were alerted to the scene of the murder by the Royal Guard, who were there on official business. Official business? What kind? As I understand, the ranch provides the kingdom with vital services. To ensure it's operating as it should, and as a gesture of appreciation, the Crown orders a visitation to the ranch every year. I see. Scheduled annual visit. Continue, detective. When the Sheikah force arrived, they found the victim bleeding out onto the floor. Next to him lay his daughter Malin, breathing but unresponsive. After a thorough investigation, we arrested her as she was deemed the only possible culprit. That about covers the gist of what happened. Very nice and succinct. Keep that up and perhaps you'll keep your job. What a dick. I don't think a good detective here has to worry about that, even she's the head of the department. Which reminds me, why is the head of detectives herself on a case like this? Are the other detectives unavailable? That would be because I've been assigned to the case by order of the King of Hyrule himself. Oh! The King himself assigned you? That doesn't happen very often, does it? You're correct, Your Honor. I'm not usually involved in fieldwork like this. This time, however, the King felt it necessary because of who's involved. Who is involved? The death of a ranch worker really such a concern for the King? Well, as I said, Lon Lon Ranch is a very important supplier of goods, to be sure. But that's not who I meant. I mentioned the King wanted the top investigator to this job because it was the royal princess herself who discovered the crime scene. Oh my god, that's the suspense thing?
Yeah.
They took the theme of the falling Ganon Castle at the end of the game and they made it the suspense theme. That's amazing! That's amazing! Order! I will have order! Your old Princess Zelda witnessed the crime? There you have it. This case rides on the princess's own words. Doubt it would be to doubt your own worldly. This is bad. I can't really object to that. Very well. Princess is testifying today. It's better we don't make her needlessly wait. Detective, please testify about exactly why the defendant was arrested.
Hmm.
It's time for first testimony. Here we go. Reasons for arrest. Okay, I gotta listen to this freaking cross-examine testimony music. It is with regret that I agree with Dragmeyer. All the evidence points towards this girl being the culprit. We determined that the murder definitely took place inside of the ranch house. There were only 3 people on the ranch: the victim, the defendant, and a worker who has an alibi for the time of the crime. The defendant was found unconscious right in front of the victim, who was bleeding out onto the floor. Furthermore, she was holding a weapon. Without a doubt, that's what was used to kill the victim. She seemed like such a bright girl. It's most unfortunate. Your Honor, I'd like to submit this piece of evidence to the court. First, I have the autopsy report performed by the Crown's top coroner. Here is what we determined to be the murder weapon, which we took from the defendant's hands. I want to read that first. Deep irregular wound made with a sharp metal object. Victim died from loss of blood no later than 8 a.m. Also, we have the judge. Rude to others, easily angered.
Of course, he's always angry.
Find a saw. Supposed murder weapon found in Malon's hand, clean of blood. Clean of blood? To make sure we had the correct weapon, we conducted a very thorough investigation. Naturally, we searched everyone and thoroughly examined the ranch and its vicinity. Nothing unusual was found, but to be safe, we also checked the ranch inventory list to see whether anything was missing. The list matches the items we found on the list in the ranch exactly, and nothing but the saw had fresh blood on it. That's quite compelling.
Ranch inventory. It's a lot of stuff.
Is that the wood saw? I guess. This must have been a truly terrifying scene. Dying from a wound made by a weapon like this is extremely painful. This only helps to prove the defendant's viciousness. Ugh, that's right, they're going to paint Malin as some heartless monster. There's one more thing I feel like I should mention for the sake of completeness. Shortly after we arrived to the ranch, a courier showed up to take some milk shipments. Of course, business must go on. Is this really necessary to enter into evidence, though? Shipments did end up leaving the ranch, so I feel it bears mentioning. Were the contents checked before you let them go? Naturally. Who do you take us for? I'm not Gumshoe. Even though a worker handling the shipments did get quite worked up about it, we cracked all of the boxes open to check what was inside. In the end, it did turn out to be only milk bottles, so we let them through. Very well. Thank you for your thoroughness, Detective. So what happens now? Well, this is where I step in and perform a cross-examination. Ah, great. How does that work? Could you explain what you're going to be doing? In order to go over this again. I mean, I know how it works for the benefit of the viewers. The witness will repeat her testimony. I'll be able to scroll back and forth through individual statement by pressing the buttons or with the arrow keys. I'll just repeat it as many times as you want. That's right. I have to consider every little detail. Can't miss a thing. If I want more info about something, I can use L or Z to press the statement and ask the witness a question. Drill them for info. Yep. The witness has to come up with an answer on the spot. They're lying. Something for more info can make them slip up. Most importantly though, if I find something that doesn't line up with the evidence, I can press the R to bring the court record up. Court record is basically a list of all the evidence, right? Yes. I can open it at any time if I need to recheck the facts. After choosing the contradicting item, I'll press C up to raise an objection and present my doubts to the court. Oh, and I can not only present evidence, but profiles as well. Because we're going with justice for all and trials and tribulation logic here. The court record contains the lists of all the people involved too. I can switch between evidence and profile with R. If I need to review what's been said recently, I can also press start to see on history. I see, that makes sense. Is the defense done whispering? Sorry. So upset about it. Why didn't you just press C right to skip ahead? Defense is ready to cross-examine the witness. Okay, so that's the skip button. A waste of time. I sincerely hope you're not implying the standard court procedure is a waste of time, Mr. Dragmire. In any case, we're ready, defense. Please begin the cross-examination. Oh my god! That's so good! What makes you think she's the culprit? She's just about to tell you. Keep quiet and listen. Yeah, right. Sorry. As I was saying. Just how did you do that? Quite simple. There was no blood found anywhere else. Had the victim been attacked at some other location, we'd expect a trail of it leading to the scene. Couldn't the killer just have cleaned it all up? Certainly not. Back to the ranch house at Long Range is not paved in any way. Cleaning blood off the ground would require disturbing the soil. Naturally, we found nothing of the sort. There wouldn't have been enough time to pull that off anyway. Likely true. Right, sounds like the location of the crime scene is pretty firm, but I'm not giving up yet. Three people, you say? Guess that would have to be Mr. Ingo. Let me stop you before you start getting too excited. If you had listened to the rest of what the detective said, you'd notice she mentioned an alibi. In Indeed, we're pretty certain that the ranch worker couldn't have been involved. Well, what is this alibi then? I remember that I brought up some outgoing milk shipments. Well, the worker Ingo was in charge of them. Left the ranch house first thing in the morning. I was busy preparing the shipments after that. Is that so? You really could have gotten away from that for one really quick little murder. This wouldn't just be a quick little murder, as you so cruelly put it. He'd have to have taken steps to hide his involvement, too. There was definitely not enough time for that. Fortunately, I agree. Preparing a shipment is a lot of work. You have to milk all the cows, clean all the bottles, pour the milk into all of them, arrange them all into crates, finally load them all onto the wagon. Usually I had to do it with Father to finish before the courier arrived. Shipments were already ready when we arrived at the ranch. When we checked the boxes, they were all fully loaded with filled milk bottles. So the single was able to do the work of two people all in his own. Isn't that a bit odd? Odd or not, he evidently did just that. Clearly he's a man dedicated to his job. Perhaps the girl and her father are just very inefficient. This whole thing seems awfully suspicious if you ask me. But I guess I have nothing to dispute it with. Melon fainted? Correct. We couldn't get her to wake for a long time. Eventually we decided to administer a healing fairy so she could be questioned. I guess finding the body was just that much of a shock, huh? Probably just pretending, trying to make it look like she had merely found the body. In any event, and how can you be so sure of this? Look at the autopsy report. Deep, irregular wound made with a sharp metal object. Holy shit, he's actually holding the saw. The saw was the only sharp implement in the ranch house that could produce such a wound. As I've already mentioned, we also looked closely at all other sharp things on the ranch. None had recent blood on them. Still doesn't necessarily mean the saw was a murder weapon. Maybe the real culprit is the real one. Oh yeah? Prove it then. Show us the real murder weapon. No, I definitely don't have any ways to do that. Still, something bothers me about that saw. We have nothing? What a waste of time. I think I see the contradiction here already, but I'll press everything anyways.
Alright.
She sure is. We've known each other for years. Yet she murdered her father in cold blood. How curious. Perhaps you're just bad judges of character, both of you. No way. Just give me something, and I'm going to prove it. You see anything wrong yet? Well, usually it's difficult to find anything wrong with the basic facts of the case. That said, I do think I saw one small thing. Really? That's great. Sure is, because I got to poke all the holes I can find before the princess gets here. Now the thing is... I'm gonna present this on this, because that's the thing, there's no blood on the saw. I'm gonna go with this statement. If not, it's the other statement. It seems like a fairly large oversight. Just want to make sure of something. The state the saw is currently is how you found it at the crime scene? That's correct. That's strange, considering how much the victim bled out and how deep his wound was. Why is there no blood on the supposed murder weapon? Link, objection, team.
Yes.
Nice, I even have the freaking
Rubber.
audience. Is that all you have? Huh? Naturally, the prosecution has an explanation for why the saw is clean. Behold, this cloth that was found in the defendant's other hand. Suspense team. You can plainly see it's stained with blood. Oh my god, they even brought the clothes up too. Defendant simply wiped the murder weapon in a futile attempt to hide her involvement. If Melon was trying to hide her involvement, why didn't she just leave the crime scene? Obviously, she was trying to hide the body before the royal visitation arrived at the ranch. Fortunately for her, it just so happened that the delegation arrived quite a bit earlier than scheduled. In panic, she quickly wiped the saw off and pretended to faint, make it look like she just stumbled upon the scene. Didn't they say that she got revived by a fairy, though? Ugh. Lady, things are not looking very good for you right now. Court accepts the bloody cloth into evidence. So, what's the story with this cloth? Supposedly, she wiped the saw clean with this? Well, as I was doing a final check around the ranch, I noticed that part of the fence around the horse paddock was damaged. Not entirely sure when that happened, but sometime one of the horses just gets a bit too rowdy, you know? Right. Anyway, I didn't want to bother Mr. Ingo about it, so I tried to cut a new rail by myself to patch it up. But then the saw slipped and I cut my hand open. Oh, jeez.
Ouch.
Oh, goddesses! Are you okay?
Good.
Oh, goddesses! I like that. I like that.
Goddesses.
Well, it wasn't that bad. It did bleed quite a lot, though, so I used that cloth to quickly bandage the wound. I was actually going into the ranch house to ask Father to help me with the fence. A likely story. And impossible to verify now, of course. The Sheikah Force had to use a fairy on the defendant to get her out of her supposed unconsciousness. I do have to give her some credit. She's one cunning woman. She knew that would explain the sudden lack of any wound on her hand. Oh, well, yes, fairies are wonderful. Just the other day, I slammed my hand with the gavel and then took the pain off immediately.
Jeez.
It's the same goddamn judge, just a different universe.
I know.
Great. Glad to know the fairies are used for such important things. But, dang it. Too bad there's no way to tell whose blood is on the cloth. I do believe this matter has been settled. I'm ready to call my next witness. Uh-oh. Is that all I can get out of here? Serve your purpose, Sheikah. Be gone! Fine. You'd best treat your highness with respect, or I'll see to it that you spend the night in the dungeons. Do not presume to threaten me, Sheikah. A night of darkness and solitude would be nothing but comfort for me. Is that so? And perhaps we should fill the dungeon with lit candles for the occasion. daggers at each other. If this doesn't end soon, we're all in trouble.
Oh boy.
Order! Order! Sure, we'll treat the princess with utmost respect. You may step down, detective. This case has already made me worry with all the pointless jabber. Time is ripe to deal the final blow. I call Her Highness Princess Zelda of Hyrule to the stand.
There she is.
Is something the matter? Why is everyone quiet all of a sudden? Your Highness! I believe we're all just a bit uncertain on how to proceed. It's quite the honor to have such an esteemed guest in these halls. Ah! In the face of the law, the princess is no different from a peasant. Name and occupation, now! Prosecution will behave. Will not have any derogatory statement directed at the princess. Derogatory? I simply wish not to waste any more time. You must employ proper procedure. Oh, man. It's alright, detective. I believe the prosecution does have a point. In the eyes of the law, we are all equals. This time, I am just another witness. I should not be getting any special treatment. Very admirable, Your Highness. You can all rest easy knowing that Hyrule is destined to have such a wise monarch in its future. Yes, indeed. I eagerly await the day when our next ruler takes the throne and reshapes the kingdom in their image.
Sure.
You flatter me, prosecutor. Now then, I believe I was asked for my name and occupation. I am Zelda, current Princess of Hyrule and heir apparent to the throne. Marvelous, Your Highness. Before we begin, I would just like to know, where were you at Lon Lon Ranch to witness this terrible incident? It's simple, really. Lon Lon Ranch is Hyrule Castle Town's biggest food supplier. Not only that, but the ranch also equips Hyrule's royal guards with the finest of horses. Every year, the royal family makes a visit as a gesture of goodwill and to ensure the quality of the steeds. Oh, I didn't know your horses were used by the royal guard. Yep. We work hard every year to make sure they're in the best possible condition. Mother loved to boast about it to the other ranch owners. Heh. Knowing Talon, I'm sure he did. Unfortunate that the ranch may no longer meet the crown's high standard under new management. The royal family has a backup, I trust. We're looking for one. Naturally, those standards are quite high. Yes, of course. Now then, please describe what you saw on the day of the incident. Very well. Here I go. Crazy to think that Zelda would be our second witness already. I seen
Awesome.
behind the door. I arrived at Lon Lon Ranch a little after 8 AM, accompanied by my loyal guards. I remember being surprised at how quiet everything was. There was nobody there to welcome us. I could sense that something was wrong. I opened the door to the ranch house and went inside. The room was mostly empty. There was a table with some kind of crystal bottle on top of it. But in front of the table, a terrifying scene was unveiling. The defendant hacked at the ranch owner's chest with the saw she was holding. I was overcome with fear and I screamed. I'll never forget what I saw that day. I heard that Talon and his daughter were incredibly kind. I can't believe she would commit such horrible violence. What? Oh my! You saw the very moment the victim was killed? There you go. Decisive testimony. As there's no need to doubt the princess' statement, I call for the judge to make a ruling right away. Hey now, hold on. I didn't get to cross-examine the witness yet. You haven't fooled because there's no need. Did you not hear one word of what I said? Didn't you just say we should follow all the procedures and treat the princess like any other witness? This is the defense's right. Complete. I believe the defense has a point. They do have every right to perform a cross-examination, no matter who is testifying. I was quite looking forward to this part myself.
She's so excited.
I've only ever read about court proceeding from the Royal Library. Yeah. He said I will not tolerate any reckless accusation towards the princess. Is that clear? Naturally, Your Honor. How am I gonna cross-examine the princess? This isn't gonna end well. What's going on in the prosecutor? That seemed like a rather intense outburst. No, I do have a guess. No? Because of the princess's status, it's possible that Dragmire didn't have an opportunity to discuss her testimony with her. That might mean that this testimony is a surprise even to him. This could be my chance. Before we begin, there is just one thing that caught my attention. I believe the princess mentioned seeing some kind of glass bottle at the crime scene. That would be this, I presume. Why, yes, that's exactly it. What is that? Oh, this is the bottle of perfume that father intended to give her to Her Highness when she arrived. He quickly rode out to town to get it at the last moment. We didn't know that the princess was coming instead of the king until only about 2 hours before the visitation. Oh, how thoughtful. He really did not need to bother himself so. As fascinating as this all is, the prosecution doesn't believe it's relevant to the case. It's good to have a full picture of the crime scene. The defense requests the bottle be accepted into evidence. Ugh. Desperate to latch onto every little thing, are you? Whatever. You can add it to the evidence, it'll make you happy. No skin on my teeth. In that case, the courts accept this bottle into evidence.
Thank you.
In your cross-examination, after I look at the bottle.
So I look at this bottle for 30 minutes.
I don't see anything particular with the bottle right now, so... Ah, so good.
Stare down.
I can't believe the princess would lie like this. Yeah, really is shocking. I don't believe her, right? Even if she's the princess, that means nothing. I didn't do it! Trust authority or your best friend. I need something very concrete to prove what the princess is saying. But if that was the case, there would still be blood. I don't think she would have had time to wash it off. Were there at the exact time of the murder, Your Highness? That's correct. It's impossible, you're lying. The defendant will curb her outburst, addressing royalty. It's really bad. What now? I'm not gonna accuse Zelda.
No. Oh my goodness.
Where were the victim and the defendant at this time? The ranch owner was in front of a little table that is directly across from the entrance door. The defendant was right in front of him and quickly fainted after the attack. A large pool of blood started forming where the victim was. I had a rather good view of the whole scene. Right. It's fortunate that you could see the whole thing in such detail. Now, please continue. And what was outside? Sure there wasn't anyone else at the ranch, Your Highness? No, the place looked empty. Although I did later see a worker pull up a loaded wagon when a courier came asking about milk shipments. It caused a little bit of a scene when the Sheikah force started expecting it. The worker must have been somewhere else on the ranch, I suppose. The ranch was pretty large. Said worker was inside a building on the other side. Quite understandable, she wouldn't have seen him until later. Gave me a whole lot to work with. That's enough. We're not accusing Zelda. Paid attention to something like that after seeing a murder, Princess? I spent a rather long time in there waiting for the Sheikah force to arrive. Plus, that bottle is quite beautiful. It just stood out. And we'll press everything. These guards were with Her Highness. Why were they not called as witnesses? Did question the guards, naturally. Apparently, they didn't get to see anything relevant. I was the only one to enter the crime scene. After seeing what was inside, I stood guard and insisted that no one be allowed until the Sheikah force arrived. I have read that preserving the scene is vital. Quite correct. I'm sure the guards were solely thrilled with this order. Please proceed. Conducted these royal visitations in the past, Your Highness? No, this was my first one. Up until last year, my father was always the one to visit Lon Lon Ranch. However, I decided that I should start preparing for all the royal duties that await me, and so I was to do it this time. I will doubtlessly perform admirably as ruler when the time comes. What happened when you got to the ranch house? And what then? Stop interrupting and let her get to the point. Need to calm down. Are you sure you got a good look then, Your Highness? You didn't look away in panic? Princess was brave to take control of the situation the way she did. There's no need to doubt what she saw. Yes, I suppose what she did was admirable. I think we had arrived earlier. Your Highness, don't blame yourself for this. If you arrived earlier, you could have been the one that got attacked. So you would have lashed out at anyone trying to stop you, huh? Despicable. Not what she meant, and you know it. Princess, please go on. Very well. Trust your heart, Your Highness. You know Alan didn't do this. What nonsense! Her heart? What do her organs have to do with anything? Oh, of course. Evidence and testimony be damned. Just because we feel the defendant must be innocent. Oh, well, if you're sure, then I declare to this... Have you got senile, old man? It was a joke, much like the argument the defense has been presenting. Wait, she said hack. That's just the picture. You don't really have a picture of the crime scene itself. That's not what I meant to do.
Whoops. No badgering of the witness.
Only blue badgers are the witness.
Blue badgers.
And I want to say it's the saw again, but nope. Okay, we get to see the we fucked up statements. We'll have this evidence here. Evidence has nothing to do with what's been discussed. I knew that. I lost the heart. No.
Careful now.
But yeah, when I tried to present that, it did bring up this, but it's not proceeding further. It is the autopsy report.
Uh,
Your Honor,
God,
Your Highness, I believe I found something that doesn't quite match up with the facts. How dare you question Princess that... Let the defense speak, prosecutor.
I know, it's like, let me
I
speak.
think I see why
damn
you
it.
so desperately wanted to prevent this cross-examination now. Your Highness, you stated that you arrived to the ranch shortly after 8 p.m., correct? Yes, the visit was scheduled for 8:30 exactly, but we were quite a bit early. I see. It makes something you mentioned quite impossible. As stated by the autopsy report, the victim definitely died before 8 a.m. You couldn't have seen the defendant attack the ranch owner when you arrived, because the victim was already dead by then. Order! Order! Yes, really caught her in a lie. Highness, what is the meaning of this? While I wholeheartedly respect and serve the crown, I will nonetheless not tolerate lies in my court. I'm not lying. I suppose I did not see the exact moment it happened. I guess I only thought I did. Princess, this is a matter of life and death. Definitely saw the defendant there, though, along with the body. There's no one else who could have done it. I remember all of the other details correctly. The body's on the floor, the pool of blood. You have to believe me. Perhaps it'll be best if Her Highness revises her testimony. That's not good. Still not enough doubt to overturn this testimony. I'll have to find something else or this case will be over. Yeah, okay, new testimony.
Alright.
What I actually saw. Sorry for embellishing the truth a little bit. I did not see the actual moment of the attack, but it had to have happened shortly before I went into the ranch house. Miss Mellon and her father were the only ones at the crime scene, so she must be the culprit. I have a shorter testimony this time. I see. Only saw the aftermath of the scene, not the actual crime being committed. Very well. Hopefully there's no more issues with your testimony this time. Defense, it's time for your cross-examination. Naturally, Your Honor. Quagmire still looks pretty angry. I bet he didn't expect such a blatant contradiction to pop up. If I could just find another one like that, the princess's testimony would become completely untrustworthy in the eyes of the judge. In that case, it can be conclusively proven that the defendant did it. Defense, did you exhaust your singular brain cell on that last contradiction you found? There's a Death Mountain's word of evidence pointing to the defendant. Just because no one saw the actual moment of the crime doesn't mean anyone else could have done it. I think you're making a dead mountain out of a dead molehill. How can you be so sure of that, Princess? Well, when I entered the ranch house, the victim still had the murder weapon embedded into his body. What? It's obvious what that means, is it not? The killer did not even have enough time to try and hide the weapon. Yes, I might not have seen the murder firsthand, but I must have been very close to doing so. Oh my! It seems like a very important detail. I think it would be advisable for Her Highness to amend her testimony. Certainly, Your Honor. Interesting. Quagmire suddenly doesn't seem very happy about this development, does he? About it, I just know why. I'm not even gonna bother going further. I had a feeling that was it. I believe I found another reason to doubt the witness's words. Seems the prosecution sees what I'm getting at here. There was a bloody cloth discovered at the scene of the crime. The prosecution has argued before that it was used to wipe the saw clean. If the princess saw the saw lodged into Talon's body and the crime scene was left intact, then it couldn't have been wiped. Now, Prosecutor Dragmeyer, care to explain? Ugh! This is most perplexing. Your Highness, are you sure that's what you saw? Well, maybe the princess decided to pull the saw in a valiant yet futile attempt to save the victim, and then wipe the blade clean? That would be almost like framing the defendant. Of course I didn't know such thing. I made sure the crime scene stayed intact. I guess I must have made up the memory about the saw sticking out of Mr. Talon as well. Yeah. Dots. You idiotic girl! Do you even realize what you've done through your bumbling? I'm sorry. I was just so excited to stand as a witness in court just this once. Whenever I try telling my father about anything, he always seems so disinterested. Just this one, I wanted to feel listened to. The defendant, it is clear that she did it. I just wanted to play a larger part in her capture. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you all. Dots. Dryness. Court is no place for silly games. As it stands, I'm afraid we'll have to strike your statement from the court record completely. Yes, did it. Prosecution lost their key witness. No, please wait. I have more to say. I was wrong about the crime scene. I still have not testified about what I saw afterwards. Ugh. Why would we care about that? It's best that you leave and stop damaging my case with your idiocy. Even if you're not interested in my words, you might be interested in the evidence I found. What? Huh? Evidence? Of course. While the Sheikah force investigated inside the ranch house, I looked around the rest of the ranch on my own. Sheikah, did you know about this? Of course I did. You did? I'll have your head for this. Order! Order! What is the meaning of this, detective? Why have you withheld this from the court? It's quite simple. The princess specifically requested to present her finding on her own. What? And you agreed to this? This court is not some playground where children decide when evidence should be presented just because they have a crown. Being rude about it, but I can't help but agree with Dragmeyer on this one. Also, I don't really buy this story. There's no way Impa would have allowed this. Believe me, I wasn't thrilled with the request either. However, after seeing the evidence in question, I didn't think it would be all that important to the case. Thus, I let the princess have her fun. This is highly irregular. I'm not so sure how to feel about this, prosecutor. Naturally, I object to this nonsense. If the detective thinks it's irrelevant, It's probably just a waste of time. All the evidence points to the defendant. It's still clear she did it, even without a witness at the scene. I see. Defense? What do we do? We object to presenting the evidence, then Dragmire loses his key witness. Because whatever the princess presents could be bad for a case too. So we should agree to the prosecution? Well, on the other hand, we don't really have much to go on. This could be our only lead left. Well, don't keep us waiting. Surely you won't throw away all the progress you've made thus far. What do I do? And let's see. I hope this is the right choice. The defense requests that the evidence be presented. What? While I agree that the situation is irregular, we should still examine all the evidence available. It would be silly to dismiss it as irrelevant without even seeing what it is. I do believe you have a point, defense. However, I must warn you. In order to admit this piece of evidence into the court record, the princess's statement that she found it must be admitted as testimony, along with everything else she might say. Yes, Your Honor, I'm well aware. The defense wishes to give the princess just one more chance. Of all the idiotic, foolish... Order! Very well then. Your Highness, please testify once more about the new piece of evidence you found during your own investigation. Thank you. I will not let you down this time, I promise. Princess should understand the gravity of the situation at hand now. I just hope this new case evidence isn't damaging to her case. My findings. Allegro. I should express my full heartfelt apologies for the mistake in the earlier testimony. Upon entering the ranch house, I saw the defendant passed out in front of the victim who was bleeding out. I stood guard at the entrance of the ranch house until the Sheikah force arrived. Once the Sheikah started investigating the crime scene, I decided to take a look around the ranch. While I was walking near the silo, I noticed a strong odor in the air. I had to stop to see where it was coming from. I followed the scent and found a burned out fire nearby, and a small, nearly empty bottle of a lamp oil. Of course, took the bottle straight to the eye of the detective. And here it is, the oil bottle I found.
Oh.
Is something wrong? Oh no, this might actually be completely irrelevant. Yes, well, of course there is, foolish girl. Has nothing to do with anything. Your great finding is some random fire on a ranch? Please. What next? Are you going to declare every rake on the premises suspicious? Well, prosecution will calm down. This is bad. Your Honor, despite the fact that this evidence might not seem to add anything at the moment, the defense still asserts its right for a cross-examination. Some straws have been grasped. Why must you insist on this charade, defense? Princess has merely recounted the same view of the crime scene as the head detective. You haven't been able to find any contradiction in her statements. I believe there might be a way to tie the princess's new evidence in the case. Ridiculous! Regardless of what the prosecution thinks, the defense does have a right for cross-examination. Court admits the oil bottle into evidence. So, oil bottle. I just really hope this isn't a complete waste of time defense. Tiny bit of oil. Why would something have burned? For both your own sake and your clients. This is already reiterating what was already said. Fire, huh? Let me remind you, defense, that there's any number of reasons why a fire could have been there. You can still feel the cold brask of death early in the morn. Princess, how long would you estimate the fire had been out before you found it? Alright. There was still smoke rising out of the ashes, so it must have been put out recently. So around the time of the crime. So someone prepared their breakfast there. I repeat, this fire is irrelevant. I think he's realized the same thing I did. Oh, who was it? Who could have lit that fire anyway? Have to have been the ranch worker who was putting the milk shipments together at the time. It was almost certainly Al. If you really want to ask about this little barbecue, you might just get your wish soon. Doesn't sound like it was very appetizing. Without anything concrete to pin on him, he'll just be able to brush it off. Poo-poo. What does this smell like? It's awful, really terrible stench. Found the smell of horse manure suspicious. Do not be ridiculous. The smell was not coming from the horses. Didn't just go home. All visitation was supposed to last a lot longer. Mother was not expecting us back at the castle until much later. Came to the ranch to examine the horses, so I suppose I could at least do that in the meantime. How long did it take for the Sheikah to arrive at the scene? It doesn't take very long to make the trip from Errol Castle down to Lon Lon Ranch. I can't imagine it was more than 20 minutes. That is pretty fast. Well, I imagine that the fact the princess was involved helped speed it up. Slow pokes! I'll be there in half that time, running backwards even. Suppose it's no surprise though. Alien horses are naturally inferior to our fine Garuda steeds. Garuda buys horses from our ranch too. Just don't bother. I'm trying to rile you up. Have any idea why there would be a fire at the ranch that day? No, it's pretty odd. It sounds like it's definitely worth looking into. Although it will be hard to link it to the crime in any way. Situations like these, getting as much info as possible is my best bet. Okay, so I am meant to press stuff. Again, I don't think the earlier statements are really worth pressing much, because it's already stuff we've heard. Right, she allowed you to present it? Well, I was the one to find it. It says I was going to the trial anyway. Utter ridiculousness! Yes. Please make this last time you do something like this, Your Highness. Proper procedures exist for a reason. Yes, I understand. Maybe I am meant to press all the statements. There's no need to press the princess on her apology. Yikes. Most of our things are on the top floor, since the downstairs room is mostly used for the ranch business. Occasional game. Of course! That's the famous cuckoo game. Good old days. The defense done reminiscing. There'll be plenty of time to do that when the defendant's behind bars. Just trying to distract myself from the fact that there's nothing to latch onto here. Anything happened during that time? No, not that I recall. Guards did occasionally protest and ask me to let them take over, but I held my stance. While commendable in theory, staying in the same rooms as a dangerous killer isn't very wise. What if she woke up and lashed out at you? Sweet hill you up above! That thought did not occur to me. Ugh, of course not. Foolish girl. The guard did stand close by. I would have been safe. Wonderful to see how much faith our princess has in her royal guard. Yes, of course I do. In any case. Yep, okay. Yeah, it was just press everything, I guess.
It was one of those.
Defense, I believe that's enough. It doesn't seem like you're getting any closer to finding a connection between this fire and the crime at all. Yeah. No, I suppose not, Your Honor. Naturally, I said this was a waste of time from the beginning. In that case, this cross-examination is over. Thank you for your time, Your Highness. I assure you have no more revelations to share with us. No, I do not. I really thought the fire would be important. Leave my sight! Enough! Your Highness, if you'll allow me to escort you back to Hyrule Castle. Very well. Now that the princess's little game is over, we should move this along. Prosecution's stance is still the same, of course. We maintain that the evidence on his own is enough to convict the defendant. I do believe I am nearly ready to end on my verdict. But Your Honor, there's nothing that definitely shows that Malin committed the crime. This is all circumstantial. There's no way she could kill her own father. That is an excellent point, defense. Our prosecution has yet to elaborate on the defendant's motive. Patricide is not something a person commits lightly. Ugh. I did briefly touch on the subject during my opening statement. But naturally, the prosecution is fully prepared to elaborate on the matter. I'd like to call in my third witness. It has to be the ranch worker. Before calling him, though, the prosecution requires a brief recess to prepare. I thought you said you were already prepared. Maybe he wants to double check that his witness won't pull anything weird like the princess did. Very well. I do believe a break would benefit us all. Me too, actually. The court will reconvene after a 15-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
The court is adjourned.
Alright. Enjoy Malin just being very afraid for a little bit. I'm going to go put the burb to sleep.
No problem.
And also
I'll keep her.
give my voice a break.
Yes, I'll keep her. I'll keep her company. Why am I getting bugged? I'm just keeping her company. That's it. What the hell? maybe Malon's milk might sell like hotcakes.
Oh, bye. What did you do? Why did you get bonked twice?
Only saying this is I was keeping her company, that's all. But everybody thinks it's like, nee, 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 nee. They're
Alright,
just like, what?
anyways, back
Well,
to the
she's cute.
defendant lobby.
It's like, what? She's cute. Can I just keep her company? Damn.
It's not
She's
going
going
all
through a
that
lot.
well, is it? No, I think that went out as well as it would have, actually, given the circumstances. Exposed the worst of the princess's testimony as untrue. Ugh, can't believe she just makes stuff up like that. Yeah, that was surprising. Still, the issue is that we didn't manage to shake the core of the argument. Only there was anyone else in that house. Oh no, no need to look so glum. Detective, aren't you supposed to be escorting the princess back? Gary had just been prepared. I thought I'd brought by in the meantime. You really do manage to make Dragmire furious, you know. I have. If you listen carefully, you just might be able to hear him ranting over in the prosecutor's lobby. He's really giving his upcoming witness a grilling. Expect him to try to shut you down as fast as he can. Well, that would be worrying if I had anything he could shut down in the first place, I guess. No? What you do? What do you mean? Oh, come on now. I'm talking about the princess's grand discovery, of course. The fire? I wasn't able to do anything with that. You really think it's relevant? Don't get me wrong. At present, I am convinced the girl did it. We investigated and came to this conclusion for a reason. What? But I'm willing to explore every possibility. That fire is definitely a bit strange, and I dare say it may be your only way out of this. If I may be so bold, I think you should press the next witness on that topic. Hard. As the only other person working on the ranch at the time, he is the only one who could have lit the fire. If he's hiding something, I think the court deserves to know. Thing is, the next testimony is about the motive. It's going to be difficult to bring up the fire again without Dragmire objecting. You'll have to make it work. Much as I don't like it, she's right. There really isn't a whole lot else to go on here. Oh, thank you. Don't mention that. One last thing. You, ranch girl. Me? Try not to hold that testimony against the princess. Believe me, I'm sure she was acting with the best of intentions in mind. You know the road to the Dark Realm is paved with those, right? Perhaps. It was definitely a serious lapse of judgment, one she will live to regret. Part of this comes from the fact that she's rather sheltered and inexperienced. After the sudden death of her older sister last year, she was thrust into the role of an heir very suddenly. That's right. The mysterious death of the firstborn Princess Zelda. Harold still grieves after the events of that day. And yet, no one knows exactly what happened. In the void of information, conspiracy theories run amok, people blaming the royal guard, the Sheikah, and even the king himself. The princess will soon have a whole kingdom's worth of trouble on her shoulders. For a kingdom with a history as turbulent as ours, it's a lot to handle. Princess's conduct today probably won't help with the distrust some people have of the crown right now, though. She's wise beyond her years. She will learn and she will be better. I simply ask that you don't think of her as an enemy, whatever comes of this trial. She does not need more than she already has. Wow, she's so intense. I never expected to see Impa get so emotional. I guess all this is why she decided to take the blame for the princess's impromptu investigation. Detective Impa! What is it, soldier? I'm quite busy at the moment, so please be quick. The investigation team back at the ranch has just sent word of a new development. Something about a mill shipment being returned to the ranch because of a wrong recipient address. They're asking you to come over to see it. Oh, those idiots. I don't have time for this. Send someone else. I have to escort the princess to the castle. Roger. That did remind me, though. I took this bottle of milk from a couple guards who were slacking on the job earlier. Here, ranch girl. Perhaps it will help calm your nerves somewhat. Not to worry. It's still unopened. Oh? Thank you. That's nice of her. Too bad for those guards, though. Now then, I believe the princess's carriage should be prepared by now. You'll excuse me?
It looks good to drink right now. That Lola milk. Good glass. Oh, there she goes.
I think I'm so nervous right now. Milk has just lost its flavor. Lost its flavor? But Lon milk is always so tasty. Are you sure it's just nerves? Let me try some. Huh. You're right. I assume this would have come from one of yesterday's shipments? Probably. With the investigation at the ranch, there wouldn't be any today, so... Maybe it just isn't fresh? No, I don't think so. It doesn't really taste as if it's gone bad. Also, the guard said that one of yesterday's shipment was misaddressed, didn't he? And this was all handled by Ingo, wasn't it? I think there's something odd going on. Better make some notes about this.
Interesting.
Court's about to reconvene. It seems strangely tasteless. Misaddressed. Escort your client back to the courtroom at once. It comes down to this. The conclusion's approaching. Time to turn this situation around. Hey! I got my heart back.
Good. You need all that shit. Rubble.
Court is the Court is back in session for the trial of Marlon of Lon Ranch.
That fucking silence.
Trust that
like
the prosecution's final witness is ready. Naturally, I've personally seen to it that there will be no foolishness this time around.
Sure.
Hopefully his ears are intact. As we discussed before the recess, having established the opportunity and means of for the defendant to have committed the murder, only one matter remains. A matter of motive. More naturally, such a heinous crime couldn't be the result of mere happenstance. Prosecution believes the defendant had the deep desire that pushed her to patricide. Our next witness can shed light on the matter. Fascinating. Very well, please proceed. Prosecution calls the ranch worker Ingo to the stand. That seems trustworthy. It's funny to see Mr. Ingo in such fancy clothes. No? Yeah, he almost always just wears work dungarees.
Oh my
Almost like
God.
looking at a different person. No, I guess he wanted to dress up for court, and he wouldn't want to get this nice outfit dirty by working in it. Quiet defense! Witness, state your name and occupation. Honor, great honorable prosecutor. My name is Ingo. I mind Lon Lon Ranch. Mind? What does that entail exactly? I'm mostly there to work on the structures and equipment. Owner and his daughter are the ones who tend to the animals and take care of orders. I just noticed the music.
Yeah.
How long have you been working at the ranch? It'll be several years at this point. Have been others who came and went, but I, Ingo, have preserved through all the hardships. Yeah, seems trustworthy.
Like an evil form of Luigi in a way.
You know, I didn't want to say it, but he does
So-
have the same mustache.
Oh my God.
Sounds like he wants a medal for it. Well, he does get a bit pompous at times, but Mr. Ingo really is great help. He built the ranch's silos single-handedly. Whoa, that's some dedication. Very well. Given that you're clearly an important employee, you're privy to some inside information. Is that correct? Yes, the ranch owner shared all the big plans with me. He trusted me implicitly. He used to say that we're like a big family. It sounds lovely. It sounds like the red flag that you're gonna be getting loads of unpaid overtime. Evidently, not every member of your so-called family felt the same way, though, did they? It hurts to do this, but I have no choice. Hear my story, honorable court of law.
Now just looking at him, he's got the fucking Frank Side look. The with the hands.
Yeah. Matter of
damn it.
motive. Just a couple days ago, the owner Talon partly signed the ranch over to his daughter Malin. Talon became a life tenant, with Malin meant to inherit all of the asset after his death. As long as Talon lived, Malin could not sell the ranch. It's simple, isn't it? The girl killed Talon to get full ownership and leave the dingy ranch life behind. It's appalling how ungrateful she is after all Talon did for her. There you have it. Testimony from a man who just lost everything. Truly tragic to witness yet another family torn apart by greed. We have evidence, we have the defendant card written at the scene of the crime, and now we have a motive. How do we know he's telling the truth? I have, of course, verified the witness testimony. As per the law, all inheritance documents must be filed at Castletown notary offices to be considered valid. I saw fit to prepare this for the trial. The prosecution would like to submit the Lon Lon Ranch inheritance document into evidence. Mr. Ingo, why would you? You should pass judgment now, Judge. The defense says nothing. Malin will inherit the ranch. If she is unable, divide the deed between the crown and the remaining employees. I would like to cross-examine the witness. There are a few more details I feel are relevant. But of course, ask whatever you like. The hard-working Ingo can handle it. Very well, defense. Please begin.
Such a Von Karma move just to get everything done immediately.
This trial will end in 3 minutes.
No, get that. Fuck your 3 minutes.
Really think Malin would go that far? I want to think it. Clearly the events speak for themselves, don't they? Why wouldn't she just wait a few more years then? Ellen was getting older. Perhaps she knew more and more work would be piling onto her. But really, how am I supposed to do? Ask her. That's alright. Well, if Malin didn't want to work, wouldn't she have done this earlier? As Talon's only child, she's still in her ranch. That's where you're wrong. For a long while, Talon planned to split the ranch between the girl and the crown. He was a patriotic man. He knew how much those horses meant to the royal guard. I wish he hadn't changed his mind now. Is this true? Yes. Father's previous inheritance document did work that way. Oh, admirable. I guess familial bonds won over his drive to help the kingdom. Truly a shame. Yes, naturally, the girl wanted the whole thing. She bided her time. I think this sufficiently explains the timing. Let's continue. Wait just a moment. There's one more problem with the timing that I'd like the witness to explain. Why would Malin have planned the murder for the day of the royal visitation specifically? More people around me, more witnesses. You'd think she would have chosen any other day. Oh, did I forget to mention this? I heard Talon arguing with her the very morning. He was telling her he changed his mind again. He was planning to tell the king that he'd be signing the ranch over to the crown. After the visitation was over, he'd head to Castle Town to change the inheritance back to the original split. What? The victim's wishy-washiness. It would appear he did make the right choice in the end. Because of that choice, the defendant wanted to get that ranch. She had no time to waste that day. Is this true too? Absolutely not. Honor wasn't planning to do that, and there was no argument either. Was an argument about the inheritance? That sounds like an important fact to me. Defense requested be added to the testimony. Very well. Yes, please do so. Be happy to, Your Honor. About what time did this happen? First thing in the morning. Was it the silo to start the day's work? I just walked out the front door to the ranch house when I heard some yelling erupt behind me. Remember any specifics about what was said? Oh yeah, it surprised me enough that I stopped to listen for a minute. I was all like, I'm real sorry, Malin, but the most important thing is to make sure the king will always have a steady supply of quality horses. I don't care what about me, father. How can you do this to me? Malin, this isn't just about you. This is for the good of the entire kingdom. What am I supposed to do? I can't move up in life and I stop at the dump of a ranch forever. I thought you loved the ranch. All the animals are here. Ingo's always around to help out with the chores too. He's pretty great, isn't he? Yeah, Ingo's awesome, but I still hate you for this. This isn't over. No biases in this retelling. Nope. stirring reenactment. I'll keep my thoughts on the weakness acting skills to myself. There's no way this actually happened, though. Melon would never want to sell the ranch. Well, of course she'd say that now, you buffoon. Remember, she's under suspicion for murder. We can't trust the things she says. Well, I trust her. But the judge probably doesn't right now, and that's unfortunately what matters. Have anything in the court that could refute this story? If you ask me, this whole inheritance issue could have been avoided and the crown wasn't so soft. Through the desert, there would be no question that the fortress may seize whatever it desires. That's just messed up. No matter. Continue your testimony, Foreman. Share with us the true nature of the defendant. I'm actually wondering if this is where this picture comes into play. It could be that too. What's your relationship with this guy anyway? Well, been employed and living with us on the ranch for as long as I can remember, really. You know, I don't think he's ever skipped a day of work now thinking about it. Not a single one. Talk about dedication. Even so, something is very much off here. Melon hadn't become the ranch owner yet. Of course not. Ain't the art of the stories making the round recently? So many ungrateful brats throwing their old folks in the retirement home the moment ownership signed to them. Melon's no fool. I myself convinced them that was a safer option. The girl was up to some chicanery, cause always revert his decision. It's horrible. I never do that. As I'd like to believe that you did much worse by killing him. Children these days, you feed them, you raise them, and they pull a stunt like this as soon as you give them an inch over yourself. I must concur. Younger generation is horrible. Why did he look at me when saying that? Anyway, what that man was... Why would Malin want to sell the ranch right now? And when did she want to? Why would a pretty little girl like her want to work on some dingy ranch? Have it much better if she sold the old place and used the money to move to Castletown. It's not true. I love working with the animals. I wouldn't leave them for anything. Ugh. She's often slacking on the job while I, the hard-working Ingo, have to cover for her. I guess the Dekunut doesn't fall far from the tree, as they say. The Talon love to sleep on the job too.
That's rude.
Oh, do recall a quite funny story about the Lon ranch owner blocking the side entrance to Hyrule Castle for an entire day once.
Huh.
The guards couldn't wake him up. It took a particularly vocal cuckoo, apparently. Ah, jeez. Oh, there you go. And the real reason why the ranch has such renown. Me, the hard-working Ingo. I think that's not true at all. I know. How do I stop this? I feel like it's either the picture or the narratives. But is it the correct statement? I'm gonna go for it. That's not it.
Boop boop.
Guess yeah, I didn't see anything clear there. Yeah. Only thing that's clear is their incompetence.
Boom. Boop
Nope, not
boop.
either. Alright, I need a hint.
I mean, what kind of hints are you?
Just give me the statement that I'm supposed to use something on.
I can tell you right now, you are on the right statement right now.
Oh my god, there's the consult option.
Oh, because if you mess up too much, you'll get a.
They brought that from the later games. Amazing. They brought the you suck too much.
Uh-huh.
It's not true. Nope, that was not for her.
I'm guessing you found your error.
Yeah, but that was the gift for the princess, no?
There you go. Thank you.
What is it? Just to confirm, you said that this bottle of perfume was brought from Malin by a father, correct? What else would it be for? I assure you, that one wasn't the type to indulge in perfume. Far from it. Well, you're wrong, witness. What is that so? Was the ranch owner truly a perfume connoisseur? No, Your Honor. This bottle of perfume was brought for the princess. Eh? So what, defense? Sure, it's technically a contradiction. What is the purpose of the bottle change? Yes, defense. And Miss, I'm confused as well. Please explain why this point is important. Earlier in the trial, Malin mentioned that Talon brought this perfume in preparation last minute. Isn't that right, Malin? It sure is. We had a gift for the king prepared when the news arrived that it would actually be the princess making this visitation. Father quickly rode into town to get a new gift. Talon's taste in gift. Someone's movement around the ranch are put into serious doubt. Someone's? How long keep us waiting then, defense? Who is this person? Naturally, the person whose movement becomes suspect is, well, who else could it be? Take that. The witness himself. He recalled his bottle of perfume, which had just been purchased, was found at the crime scene. The crime scene the witness supposedly never went to. He shouldn't have known about the bottle. Ah! Order! Order! The defense raised a very valid point. Simpleton, what is the meaning of this? Oh, witness, did you go to the scene of the crime at any point? No, of course I didn't. I was working in the silo all day. I remember, I saw the gift the day before the crime. The girl is lying. Ellen must have gotten the gift the day before. You're the one who's lying. Or didn't leave the ranch at all that day? One word's against another's. Defense? You have any way to prove that your version of events is true? I don't think smelling the perfume would really help here. If you buy something, you usually get a receipt. A receipt always shows the days of purchase. Might still be at the ranch house. I say we send someone to look out for it. Hunter never throws receipts away. You have a drawer full of them. Perfume one should be right on top. I believe this idea has some merit. Soldiers, rush out to the ranch house immediately and search for that receipt. Your Honor. Yes? What is it, soldier? You have just received a receipt from the team stationed at the crime scene. Very well, thank you. Shall now read it out. There's a lot of writing on this. From Tingle's mysterious smell. Of course, it's fucking Tingle.
Tingle.
Yes. I think I've seen that store. It's that eccentric looking place in the back alley. Couldn't miss the blinding neon colors if you tried. It's another eyesore. Call up this nobody running a monopoly on alien perfume is preposterous. Perhaps, but back to the matter at hand. The nerve of that Dundlerat. Why would anyone ever shop at a store where the owner calls every other customer a fairy? Prosecutor! And the balloons! Oh, the balloons! That fool popped one right in my face! Prosecutor Dragmire, enough! Continuing on, purchase item, 1 bottle of Rosy Rupilan. Oh my! It's quite the price! I would have to... Your Honor, please, the date of purchase?
Yes, the me.
Ah, yes, right. Date of purchase. Why, it's March 16, the day of the murder. Ah! Order! Order! Yes, we got him. I think we're finally getting somewhere. Ugh, it still doesn't mean anything. Perhaps the witness briefly went back to the ranch house for something and saw the ball then. Yes, that's it. I was getting thirsty, so I went back to get a drink. I must have seen the bottle then. Oh, come on. You think we're gonna believe that? You have any proof that I didn't? Well, I believe this calls for further testimony. As the witness now claims to have visited the crime scene shortly before the murder, we should learn of his exact movements that day. My movements? Well, alright. There's not a whole lot to say, though. It's unfortunate that he managed to weasel out of that one. But this next testimony will be full of lies. This is my chance. Especially we'll eventually get back to that fire, I'm guessing. My non-suspicious movements.
Great.
Good testimony name, bro. It's no dissing of Phoenix Wright, but still.
Immobilized.
As was already stated, I had volunteered to work in the silo. At one point, I briefly went back to the ranch house to get myself a glass of water. I went back to the silo right after that and stayed there until the courier came. I haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. At some point, the detective came and told me what happened. And whoa, was that detective one fine woman.
Okay.
Me, haven't done anything to warrant suspicion. Eat my shoes, you brat. I'll pass. There has to be something wrong in there. You can't put a flawless story together that quickly. And you were able to complete this so quickly on your own? You don't know the might of the great Ingo. But, yeah, well, I get things done in no time. It'll almost break my back getting those crates off the silo, though. There were so many, and all so heavy, it was like a puzzle in there. Anyway, that's not important. The point is... Didn't think to just take a sip of the milk you were handling? No, it wouldn't be right. That milk was for the customers, see? I just didn't want to get into any trouble. Or, considering what we found out during the break, it might not be milk at all. A truly honest man. How dare you suggest he would steal from his own workplace? Right, so what did you see at the house? Nothing much. I got my drink and left. Still had a lot of work to do, see? Suppose I must have seen this perfume bottle then. In fact, yes, I remember it clearly now. It was there on the table, plain as day, muhaha. Great. What happened after that? What are you doing? Working on shipments and fulfilling orders. We send out crates of milk to milk bars all across the kingdom every day, you know. Milk bars? Naturally. Everyone likes a good drink, you know. And our milk is renowned as the best there is. I hear some others water theirs down. Despicable. I see. Is that what you did? I think you said earlier that your job is to work on the structures and equipment, though? Indeed. That and the girl would usually be the ones overseeing milk orders. However, since the royal visitation was happening that day, I felt they needed their minds unoccupied, so I took it upon myself to do it this time. After the murder, I got scared that the Sheikah Force investigation would delay the shipment, and that I, the Great Ingo, would get the blame. Thankfully, it all went through fine. Yeah, and you were so concerned with sending it off quickly that you wrote the wrong delivery address on it. Ugh, millions. Ridiculous. Getting tipsy from something like milk? Bet you couldn't even indulge a sip of the Garuda's Noble Pursuit, a real man's drink. A real man's drink? Aren't most of the Garuda women? Speaking of drink, I believe the witness was talking about how you had got him himself a glass of water. Yes, of course. Moving all that heavy stuff around works up a sweat, you see? I'm very thirsty, so... Are you sure? Sure as can be, muhaha. Never went back in even after the crime was discovered? Nah, it wouldn't let me in. Observing the crime scene or some such. I couldn't even get any of my things. There I was questioned. No one gave me half a glance. I had to sleep in the stables that night. It was terrible. What? Why are you trying to pull now? Yeah, fine, whatever.
Whatevs.
Jeff stayed in an inn? What am I, made of money? Thing boy. I'm just a simple ranch worker, you know. Yeah, you lawyers all flaunting your wealth. Right. Sorry. Not actually sorry. I doubt one night would bankrupt this guy. Just look at what he's wearing. Elaborate? Oh, working woman who gets the point, takes what she wants. Mention a pickable station, then. What's not to love? That's not the part that I wanted him to elaborate on. He's totally smitten with her. Sure does. I wonder how Impa feels about it. Yes, when this chore of a trial is over, it's good, but no, it will have to wait. Thought you could distract me, did you? I had a greediness ranch worker Ingo see through your schemes. Sticking to that story, huh? Yeah, it was a desperate fix, but it holds up surprisingly well. I hardly believe this is the same Mr. Ingo I know. He's usually so nice. Don't press for more details. I'm sure to slip up somewhere. It has to be a piece of evidence or a profile waiting to disprove what he's saying. Actually... it'll literally just be this. Forget if Zelda actually mentioned if it was from the ranch. Actually, since you didn't have access to your belongings, how did you get these clothes? That's another good point. That's wrong.
Nope. There you go.
something's seriously wrong with your testimony. What? What are you talking about? You say you couldn't have any of your belongings because they were all at the ranch house, correct? The ranch house you were not allowed to go in? That's right. Well, that would imply you should still be wearing your work clothes. Pardon me if I'm wrong, but those don't look like work clothes at all. Ah! Defense has a point. The witness appears pretty well dressed for court. I can't imagine he would want to sully those clothes during work. Oh, what do you have to say to that? Ugh. Oh, of course. I can explain it simple. These are brand new. Yeah, on my way to the courthouse, I went shopping for a nice new outfit. After all, I couldn't very well show up to court dressed like a bum. Yes, defense. Certain people have a modicum of respect for the court and show up dressed appropriately. What's that supposed to mean? This is my finest Zora suit. So you claim you brought these clothes after the crime, is that correct? Very much so. This morning, in fact. Why do I need to repeat myself? I don't think we should accept it. You buying those clothes today is simply impossible. What? Oh? How can you claim so? Defense, as you know, evidence is everything. I might have fucked up.
No. Not one more strike.
Yeah, so I have to prove it. Alright. Well, I'm probably finding out what happens when you game over, because I don't fucking know.
Strike
Yeah,
three.
we're gonna find out. Okay. I do have to redo this.
Retrace your steps on this. But at least you have a fresh set of lives, though.
So long now. Well, considering it was still forcing it. I'm fucking stupid. I love my brain not working at this hour. I
For
just
a second
already
there,
present that, I think.
for a second though, I thought you like said that just because you figured it out, but
No, because I don't know. I want a hint.
you were viewing it not too long ago, and I was like, oh, he might have figured it out, but you surpassed it. No. And oh, where's the-
I'm just gonna do the Phoenix Wright thing. I'm gonna throw my fucking attorney's badge because I don't fucking know.
Can I see that photo though?
It doesn't seem like the same clothes, but sure. Apparently it's this.
Mm-hmm.
What about this pictograph? Look at what Ingo is wearing. It's really hard to tell because it is tiny for me. This photo is from Melon's childhood, but Ingo is very clearly wearing the same outfit he has on right now. He couldn't have bought it today. Hey, there's the link close up. Ah! I'll have order. Defense is absolutely correct. The witness has a good explanation for this. There. We finally got him. No weekend was all out this time. Oh. Unless someone whistled out for him.
But of course.
Isn't it obvious? Naturally, the witness knew he needed to wear the nice clothes for the royal visitation that was scheduled for that day. He brought them to the silo in advance so that he could quickly change just before the royal visitation's arrival. Oh! Oh ho! Oh ho! Yes, of course, I need to presentable after all. Can't look like a bum in front of the most important people in the kingdom. Wait a minute, this is insane. What kind of kangaroo court is this? The prosecution keeps making excuses up on the spot. Ingo was clearly lying about buying the clothes before the trial. He's definitely trying to hide something. Your Honor, surely you won't accept this blatant perjury. Accepted, Judge. There can be no other explanation. Prosecution's explanation does seem plausible. What? However, the fact that the witness didn't simply say it himself and instead made up a lie about buying the clothes is indeed very suspicious. Defense. The prosecution has posed that there is no other possible explanation for this contradiction. What is your opinion on the matter? Can the defense think of an alternate version of events? This is big. I really need to think this through. Holy shit, they brought the thought route?
Oh yeah.
Oh jeez, I did not expect that one. Ingo is acting really suspicious right now. He's desperately trying to patch up holes in his testimony to conceal his real movements. Hello, goddess. It's not Malin. Ingo's the only other person who could have done this. I have to assume he did. I want to think that Malin is innocent. With that in mind, why would Ingo change out of his work clothes? What happened to make it necessary? Blood got on him. When Ingo killed Talon, his clothes must have gotten blood on him. He had to change it to something else to hide his involvement. Then, wouldn't the Sheikah Force have found the clothes in the house? How could they have disappeared? They were thrown in a fire.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Ingo burned this close. That's it. That explains everything. I believe I can offer an alternative explanation. Nonsense. Judge, this defense spent far too long sitting in silence just now. They clearly have nothing. I call for a quick ruling.
No.
And not only can I explain it, but in fact, the defense formally accuses the witness of the murder. There's our pursuit theme. It's simple. The reason he had to swap his outfit and why he's been lying about the circumstances ever since is because it got stained with the victim's blood. Preposterous! If there were any discarded bloody clothes nearby, the Sheikah Force would have found them and we would be trying someone else for the murder right now. Why, you're absolutely correct, prosecutor. Ugh! Naturally, Ingo couldn't have left his bloody clothes lying around. And so, he used this to dispose of the oil.
There you go.
Your Honor, cast your mind on the princess's testimony. Princesses. Mysterious fire. Sir, do you jest? You yourself made sure we all knew how meaningless our testimony was. And yet, with this new context in mind, it gains a completely new meaning. An empty bottle of lamp oil found by a burned out fire. Ingo used the lamp oil to quickly burn away his stained work clothes. Well, how about it, witness? My scenario explains everything. You killed Talon and tried to hide it. This is... No, hold on. What drivel are you spotting here? Me? Kill Talon? You already know that's impossible. Too busy for murder. Everything you said is wrong. I have no idea what you're on about. I have an alibi for the time of the crime. I just couldn't have done it. There's no way I could have completed those milk shipments, killed Talon, and tried to hide my involvement. The fire was just made for a quick breakfast. There's no mystery there. Stop trying to pin this on poor innocent Dingo. I shouldn't have to remind you, Defense, but you yourself were surprised that Ingo was able to complete the shipment in time. Adding even more things to him to do in that time is preposterous. That's right. Great Ingo is efficient as his job, but not that efficient. No, it had to have been him. I'm sure of it. There must be some trick at play here. Some kind of shortcut. Must find it. It probably has to do with that quote-unquote milk. Really have taken that long to murder someone and burn some clothes? Taken long enough to definitely make this game infeasible. Completing the shipment is a rather involved process. You have to milk the cows, clean the bottles, pour the milk into them, put them into crates, and load them into a wagon. I love working with the cows. That part takes the longest because you only get a little at a time. So as Mr. Ringo said, the whole thing really does take a while. Mother and I usually have to work together to get it done in time for the courier's arrival. Here you go, Defense. Your own client knows this is the unshakable truth. Okay, so there's no way he could complete the shipment and also do the killing. In that case, there had to be some way for him to finish the work faster. I just have to find it. Is there any way you could have done the work faster? Not sure. It would be nice if there was, though. I go sleep in a little bit longer every day. Yeah, you'd think it would have shared it with you if you knew of one. So what shortcut did you use, Dingo? I kinda know what it is, but now I have to prove it. Explain what the alibi is again? With pleasure. Time of the crime was busy preparing the day's shipment of milk. That's hard work. I barely had enough time to get them done before the courier came to take them. Shipments were expended by the Sheikah force as they were leaving the ranch. And as a resident detective has told us, they were found to be fully loaded up with bottles of milk. That's right. Sheikah force itself has vouched for me. There's no way I could be the culprit. Well, I disagree. There has to be a way. There must be. I feel like this probably is involved, but I'm gonna try it. Okay. Witness. Ah! What is it now? I overheard an intriguing detail during the last recess. It seems the address to one of yesterday's milk shipment wasn't written correctly. You must have been rushing. That's how you did it. Ah! I haven't heard anything about an issue with the shipment address. I'll play along. Suppose you're right about it. Finding an address only takes a few seconds. Even if it was reduced to a single swift stroke of the pen, it wouldn't have saved much time at all. Certainly not enough to both commit murder and cover it up. It wasn't just the address. Ingo must have rushed the entire shipment. By what method? You say he somehow completed the entire shipment more quickly and prove it with evidence. Fortunately for your defense, I must agree with the good prosecutor. This alone doesn't prove how enough time may have been saved. Don't you have anything else? I thought I had it for sure. It looks like I need something stronger to really pin him down. Oh, there's also this. But did you though? Did you really complete those shipments properly? Defense, I shouldn't have to remind you that the Sheikah Force checked the boxes thoroughly. They were definitely full of milk bottles. Oh, I'm sure it looked that way. What are you getting at, defense? Here you go, Your Honor. Huh? Milk for me? Are you trying to bribe the judge now? I didn't think you stooped so low. The Crown will be informed of this. Oh, it's nothing like that. All I'm asking is that His Honor try tasting the milk. Just one little sip. This is highly irregular. But to be honest, I could use a drink. All this talking does make one's throat dry, you know? You're right, Judge. You're right. Give me a sec.
Yes. Hydrate.
You've probably talked the least out of everyone here, though.
PanAnning, on the other hand.
The defense insists I'll go ahead and take a sip. Is this what passes for milk these days? This almost tastes like water. Water? I have to agree. This is definitely not standard milk. As we've heard from the princess and the detective, Walnut Ranch is renowned for the quality of this product. But there's no way people would say that about milk this lousy. Ugh, whatever. As if the unwashed masses would know the difference between quality and garbage. Where are you going with this, defense? Simple, you see. I received this bottle from Detective Impa, still unopened, during the first recess. As we know, there were no milk shipment today, so this must have come from one of Ingo's shipments from yesterday. Ugh. It's true that Ingo couldn't have murdered Talon and also completed the shipment of it on his own. Unless he cheated. Ingo watered down the milk to get the shipments done in time. Order! Order! Yes, I suppose that would work. Indeed. All you had to do is milk fewer of the cows. Save him enough time without ruining the taste too much. I guess he used about a 50-50 split of water and milk. This is... No! Talent. Let me stop you right there. I'll concede that something odd happened to that shipment. But all you've proven is that Ingo is a slacker. How dare you! Be quiet, you mongrel. Sure, Ingo watered down the milk. That doesn't make him a killer now, does it? Well, no. But we do know that he definitely could have done it. We know he did go to the crime scene. And we know he did have the time and opportunity to kill Talon as well. Yet there's a vital element missing still. Let me put it in simple terms, so even an idiot can understand. Oh my god, they even brought the rebuttal.
Oh yeah. That's That too.
Murder weapon. You like the murder weapon. If Ingo was the murderer, then it couldn't have been the saw. Why is that? It's simple. If the girl's story about working on the fence is true, then she was using the saw while her father was being murdered. It couldn't have been in two places at the same time. Agree with this? You realize the problem that creates for you, right? I'm sure it can all be explained. As if. Very well, then let's move on to why nothing else could have been the murder weapon either. Where would this supposed other murder weapon have even come from? Can you have used any old thing? Answer the question, defense, or this discussion is over. Okay, so for this one I have to present. It's probably from the list.
Very good.
Before getting this murder happened on the ranch, there are plenty of sharp things on site. Oh, that's simply impossible. Found a sharp object on the ranch and searched everywhere. No fresh blood was found anywhere else. Couldn't Ingo have just... Couldn't Ingo just wiped it off? Well, leaves traces. It's not that easy to get rid of. People like us aren't so sensitive, but other beings like the Zora can easily tell by smell. Naturally, the Sheikah Force employs people for just this task. Also, as Lon Lon Ranch focuses on selling horses and milk, the animals there aren't regularly butchered. There is no good reason why any of the tools would have fresh blood on them. Any such implement would have stood out like a sore thumb. That's a good point. I'll have to rethink this. Disposed of it? In some way? That's impossible, you see? Yeah, but isn't he the one that... Yeah, he's the one that made the inventory that day. Can you be so sure the inventory's accurate? Yeah, use your head. There's a royal visitation scheduled for that day. Ranch owner needed everything to be in order. He would have doubled, even triple checked that list when he wrote it. Suppose he would have, but... I feel like it is the list again, because...
Ooh.
Okay, that's wrong. Unless... Who compiled this list was Ingo himself. He easily falsified the count as part of his plan. Yeah, that doesn't matter.
Good shit.
Nothing could have left the ranch. Are you sure about that? Really sure nothing left the ranch? What about a few little shipments of milk? Preposterous. Have you forgotten that said shipment have been checked by the Sheikah
Come
Force?
on down.
Thank you for the
You're
gift
new
sub.
subscriber on
Before
the
we're allowed
PanAnning
to leave.
stable.
It's true, but there was a place where the Sheikah could have overlooked. What in Din's name are you babbling about? Talk about the bog standards crates here. Not exactly vast dungeon full of nook and crannies to stuff things in, are they? Where could they have missed a murder weapon? Simple. They overlook. I don't think it would be the crates themselves. I think it's the content of the bottles. There's one place inside the crates that the Sheikah couldn't have checked thoroughly without ruining the shipments. Without ruining the shipments? That's right. Ingo put the murder weapon inside one of the bottles to conceal it from the search. Does seem plausible. Now wait just a moment. Can you be so sure? You even know how much milk an average milk bar uses each day? All those shipments have most certainly been completely used up by now. Someone drinking from that bottle would have found it for sure, choked on it even, if they took too large a swig. It would be a huge scandal. Well, he's right about that. Missing some vital information. Right. Return shipment.
Nicely done.
You would be correct that a weapon showing up in someone's milkshake would cause quite a stir. If the milk ever actually made it to any milk bar, that is. You see, I overheard a very interesting tale during the recess. Word was sent from the ranch not long ago that one of the shipmen was returned unopened due to being misaddressed. No! Indeed. If you recall, Ingo was the one who handled all of that. Now that's strange. Ranch supplies the same milk bars every day. Even if he had messed up the street address a little, the couriers would have known where the shipment was meant to go. How could he have bungled it that badly? It's almost as if he didn't want anyone receiving a bottle of milk with a murder weapon in it. Ugh! I bet Ingo expected this box to stay in shipping limbo a while longer. Unfortunate for him that the postal service went us its game today. Maybe because they were worried it'd start to smell. I believe this calls for us to investigate these boxes of milk more closely. Soldiers, have these boxes retrieved from the ranch immediately. Argument complete, and I got recovered. Sweet.
Nice.
Yeah. This is slander. Why would I kill Talon? Sure, he's a bit of a layabout, but he gives me a job. Why wouldn't I want him dead? The motive? That's simple. I'm surprised you're even asking about it. This is it. Evidence to explain the motive. But yeah, the thing about divide the deed between the crown and the remaining employees, yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the motive.
Too easy.
The very inheritance document you brought to the court's attention states the following. In case of the testator's death, his daughter Melon of Lon Ranch will inherit the ranch, unless she is unable to oversee it, in which case it shall be divided between the crown and the remaining employees. Ah! What? You not only killed Talon, but decided to frame Malin for the crime as well, so you would be the one to inherit part of the ranch. That's why you volunteered to work in the silo all day. It gave you an alibi so that Malin would be the only possible culprit. Of course you knew about the royal visitation in advance. You knew Malin would go back to the ranch house to prepare before he arrived. A perfect setup for the royals to fight her next to the body. No! What are you talking about? Helen, signing the ranch over to me? Preposterous! Did you really not know? I guess it was Dragmire who procured the actual document, not him. Your Honor. What is it, soldier? The box you requested is here. Already? That was quite fast. Apparently the team at the ranch had already noticed something awry with it on their own. The box arrived just as we were about to rush out a courier to deliver a message. Well. Let's see for ourselves then, shall we? Part of the shipment that proved my case is... That's suspicious at all. Here it is, from the bottle with a slight red tint to the milk. Looks like some kind of serrated knife. That explains the irregular wound pretty nicely. How could the Sheikah idiots have missed this? Sure, the milk was pure white when they first checked it. It took all day for the blood to dissolve in it. Either way, no matter how you slice it, this proves my theory right. I've had it. Fine. You wanna know why? You wanna know why I really killed that scumbag? No, what are you... So you admit it? Yes, I admit it. What would you do if one day, after years of back-breaking labor, despite putting all your all into the ranch, you were thrown away like rubbish, without any reason, fired? Farewell, we don't need you anymore. What? That doesn't make any sense. Don't lie, I heard it all. I was just returning back from another day of spine-wrenching work, and lo and behold, what's this? Malin and Talon are talking behind my back. I heard it all. We'll let him go after the visitation. We can handle things without him. And so, after volunteering to work on that shipment, I quietly slipped out while the girl was busy and shanked the good-for-nothing slacker. You should have seen his face. He didn't expect it at all. So yes, Malin, I killed that lazy bum you called a father. And he deserved it. Order! The witness who sees this boasting over such a terrible deed. I think we've heard enough. Soldiers, take him away. Wait just a moment. Ingo. Yes, girl. Want to apologize for what you've done? Apologize? Me? You're horrible! We weren't planning to fire you at all. You completely misunderstood what we were saying. What? We've had so much work recently. Well, you know how it goes with the royal visits. Always a busy time. Gotta make sure everything's in tip-top shape. I do worry somewhat about old Dingo, though. He's been complaining about his back recently. Do wish he'd take a step back and relax sometime. Maybe we should convince him to take a vacation? Now there's an idea. It'll do him good to just get out for a while. I'll discuss it with him after the visitation. After things calm down, we can handle everything without him. That's... You were planning... What? A vacation? For me? And I did... No, it can't be so. Please say it isn't so.
Well, you know what time it is.
Yeah, this is the perfect breakdown for this. Okay, that was a good breakdown. Witness today the results of a truly horrifying misunderstanding. A misunderstanding or not, what you've done is unforgivable. Alan was a kind man, beloved by all with the good fortune to cross his path. His loss will be felt not only at his ranch, but all across Hyrule. Killer turned out to be an utterly pathetic man with delusions of grandeur. I mean, look at him! An utter idiot, dressed like a clown. Jeez, he's really laying into him. I bet he's just upset because he lost. Prosecution's rant aside, I think it's time to declare to this verdict. It's just a formality. Will the defendant please step up to the stand? Young miss, I'm very sorry for the situation you found yourself in. I'm very glad you appear to have such a good attorney as a friend. I wouldn't have chosen anyone else. Ah, thanks. Now then, without further ado, in the name of the goddess Ilia and the sacred land of Hyrule, I hereby find Melon of Lon Ranch not guilty!
Yay!
We did it! Yeah, we even have the confetti! And Ganondorf doing the freaking Simon Blackwell thing.
Yes.
Court is adjourned.
Court is adjourned.
We did it! I suppose so. Guessing Go's outburst kind of soured the mood, huh? I don't think I can ever forgive Mr. Ingo for what he's done. That's fair enough, honestly. Really though, you shouldn't think about that for now. Free. It's time to celebrate. Guess you're right. Excellent work. I knew you'd pull through. Oh, thanks. I couldn't have done it without you, really, so thank you. Now, that's not quite right. I want to thank someone. I'm not the one who deserves it the most. Huh? Your Highness? I thought you were going back to Hyrule Castle. As long as the Impa have to pull together here. But I realized I should apologize for the way I did personally. It's an honor. But there is no need to bow. Not after what I've done. Really, if not for my status, I would have probably been carted off to some prison alongside that angry little man. Perjury is pretty serious, so that's probably not entirely wrong. As usual, you don't give yourself enough credit, Your Highness. How can you say that, Detective? I almost condemned an innocent person to prison. Yes, there's something you should think twice about doing in the future. But it's all thanks to you that the young lady over there finally went free. Huh? Come on, attorney. Ryan, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, you're the one who brought the oil bottle. The bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's true. Without this and without knowing about the fire, we wouldn't have had any proof to substantiate our claims. And really, you're obviously false. Ouch! And plus, you stepped on my foot. You're obviously false testimony has lost a lot. Well, there you have it. In any case, I'm sure Miss Mellon isn't too upset. Well, sure. Then, hut! We have orders to escort the princess back to the castle immediately. Ah, just in time. Farewell, Your Highness. And so they left. Now then, listen to me. I know that I'm perhaps being too lenient on the princess, but tough times are ahead. The princess will need all the confidence she can get to lead the kingdom through them. She needs to learn to take responsibility for her actions too, though. And she will. Huh? Her Highness is in for another unpleasant afternoon today, I imagine. The urgency in which she has just been escorted out of here isn't coincidental. What? Is the king going to scold her? At the very least.
Hmm.
Now then. My duty calls, unfortunately, so I must be off. Again, you did well today, both of you. I trust that I'll be able to rely on you in future court proceedings as well. I'll try my best. That's all I ask. An unpleasant prosecutor seems to be making his way over here, so I'll be excusing myself post this. Farewell. Oh no. Uh-oh.
Oh,
You! Hello! Nice day we're having, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Tell me, now, where did that blasted detective go? Got my reputation tarnished this way by some novice attorney from the boonies. Attic much? I was about ready to burst from anger. You're such a sore loser. You lost. Deal with it. Yeah, we got the right verdict. Doesn't that make you even a little bit glad? Ugh. Yes. I suppose there is some word in that. What transpired is most unfortunate. I can only offer my condolences. Just remember that it was the meddling of that idiotic princess and the stupidity of that blasted detective that led to your arrest. If you have any grievance, take it up with them. Suppose there is some truth in what he's saying. Speaking of the detective, it appears she has fled from me like a cuckoo on fire. Mark my words, she will regret what she's done for generations.
And there he goes.
Well, that sure was something. I don't know if it was being sincere or just wanted to shift blame onto someone else. I wouldn't say he's entirely blameless. Never mind that. You think you'll be alright running the ranch by yourself? Of course I'll come visit, but I have my attorney duties, so... Get in touch with the castle, see if they can spare some men to work at the ranch. Silly as my father may have seemed, he really did prepare me to take over one day, and he's taught me well. I'll make sure the animals are well cared for, just as I always have. As a spirit, I believe in you. I really want to thank you for bringing the truth to light. If it wasn't for you, I don't even want to think about what could have happened. I'll mention it. It's glad everything worked out in the end. And so ended a very personal case for me. Felt like a weight had been lifted off my back. Melon continued to thanking for the raid. Thank you very much. working at the ranch, hoping to make it prosper even beyond what her father was able to accomplish. I didn't really think about it much, but the days following were some of the happiest I'd lived for a long time. Little did I know that a terrible tragedy would soon struck the entire kingdom, and I'll find myself smack dab in the middle of it. But that's a legend for another day.
I didn't even realize we had a raid.
Bravo! Holy shit! They got all the Ace Attorney trope. That's amazing. So now that's me wondering if we're gonna get a sequel to this at some point. It's
Yep.
probably gonna take a while.
I didn't even know Luigi X Hero was part of this project. It's pretty good. Oh, there goes Ingo.
Bye bye, Ingo. Okay, Damon Gant. Okay. And I don't even know how long this took to make, but holy shit. So much effort.
Oh. Unfortunately, Zelda's getting scalded. Yeah.
And what did the king tell her? Oh!
Yeah.
"10 years in the joint." This must be Helen's tomb. Well, you're welcome. That was kind of amazing. Not gonna lie. I got stuck on a few points, but that was my own stupidity.
It's all good. Don't worry about that.
And
10.
scene select.
Extra 1. Meanwhile, somewhere-
What?
Yep.
X card on me. What is this?
Do you recognize the music too? It's fucking Mario Wonder.
I see. Dang
Oh.
it.
The game over music.
Damn it, I gotta restart from the start.
Yeah, I recommend you clear this. Before you finish up. Ooh.
These platforms are tiny.
Yeah, you got.
And he didn't jump.
Oh!
The jump
Damn it.
didn't jump. I hate when that happens.
Yeah, you gotta make checkpoints.
Alright,
Your
might be
own-
time to make save states here.
Yeah, make your own checkpoint, bro. Oh, okay. Don't feel bad. That happened to me. I might go with this.
Oh, come on!
Ugh. Do-do-do-do-do.
Wee!
Whee! So this is what he's doing in heaven right now. Jeez. Alright, save state.
Ah, God, I don't know the save state button on this emulator. Okay.
Whatever works.
Jeez.
I know, it's careful.
Jeez.
Platforming, yeah.
It is getting late, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you got it.
Supposedly, is a game with a giant hay in which you can become a criminal. What? What?
Do you know a Zelda game that involves a giant egg?
Yeah, now the problem is I don't think I can do that in Project 64.
That's the unfortunate thing.
Because, yeah, obviously that one was probably Link's Awakening for the giant egg. I'm guessing. And I guess the other two are the Oracle games, probably.
But there is a way around this, thankfully,
Okay.
for the creators. It's like they say, nonetheless, if you really want to skip the transfer pack requirements, you can use the secret unlock code to instantly get access to everything.
Okay.
So on the title screen, press R to enter the settings. Oh wait, what is the Ocarina of Time song though? Via C buttons. Hold on. Time.
I've played Oot once in full, so you know more, probably.
So let's see. Choose check brightness. shit. I need to see the video of that shit. God damn it. Because I myself haven't played that game as well.
So what, Song of Time or?
That's a good question. Because they say here is like says choose check brightness 3 using the C buttons, and A play the Ocarina of Time song most likely to cause the events from hell. If Steel would hear it, he would know what that fucking thing is. Because the normal way is to, for real hardware, is to have the transfer pack and have a copy of Link's Awakening to unlock a extra case. But I think it's the Song of Storms. This is the song most likely to cause the events from the opening of Link's Awakening, so it would be Song of Storms. Because the opening of Link's Awakening was Link in a freaking storm. Oh, we got it. Alright, so it might be scene select. Oh, look at the extra shit.
Goes Casino. No. No! Oh no! I know exactly what this is gonna be. Son of a bitch.
Oh, it's poker.
It's
Oh
that
shit.
it's that freaking Luigi game.
No. Well, he is Luigi. God damn it.
Let's go.
No.
Mario, go fish.
You got chunk. Hey yo, 4 of a kind. There you go. Oh yeah, let's get back to the title screen.
God damn it, Luigi's Casino of all things. What's the other thing? Turnabout Teeth. Oh god, is this a full thing again? It is getting kind of late.
It shouldn't take too long. Hopefully. Oh.
Oh, I think I know where this is going now.
Yeah, you can overwrite this shit. You're already being it. No, this.
Yeah, I can't do this.
Oh, well, default name will be used. Yeah. But yeah, that's crazy that you need a transfer pack and a copy wood to make this. That's awesome.
You need to have done the freaking teeth thing too. That's the worst part.
That's crazy. Oh. Oh.
No clue. I heard they call me at this ungodly hour. You.
Oh, hi.
Yes,
Again.
me. Old like being woken up at 2 a.m. either, believe me.
God damn.
Old fool. I mean, the judge?
2 in the morning.
Could possibly be so important about this burglary case as to warrant this kind of urgency. Case? Doing a trial? And you haven't been told, defense? Oh dear. Apologies. I suppose I did order the soldiers not to tell anyone about what happened. It's the pinnacle of stealth. No one knows. It's a secret to everybody.
Hey.
Wait a moment. I can't just defend someone off the cuff like this. It'd be incredibly unfair to the defendant. Oh, doubting your skills? Well, it must happen this very moment. Well, get on with it then, old man. What is this about? Start from the beginning. I was finishing my daily ablutions when a great light appeared within my chambers.
What's a pollution?
It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. The night literally became day before my very eyes. That wasn't all. People started to come out of the light. I was shaken with fear. Some of those people claimed to be the goddess herself, Ilya. What? I know, believe me, I was as flabbergasted as you are. Goddess proceeded to explain that in another world, one of her chosen heroes had been severely punished for committing some terrible deed. She decided that someone else should determine whether this punishment was just or not, to ensure her own biases would not affect the outcome. Our own world was chosen as the best candidate to make this judgment. Okay. This is a joke, right? There's no way any of this is true. This is insane. Yes, it seems the judge has completely lost his marbles. Clearly his age has finally caught up with him. I will be filing appropriate notices as soon as I can. At the very least, we can all get back to sleep quickly. That is true. I believe I know just the way to convince you to. Soldiers, please call in the defendant. Defendant? What the? Defense.
The fuck?
Defense! What's happened? You don't have time to watch you pass out. Get yourself together. Alright. That's what happened. Well, defense, are you convinced now? Guess I can't deny it, huh? That's definitely me. Younger, wilder perhaps, but sure enough. I guess so. Excellent. In that case, let's just formally begin. The court is now in session for a trial of Thief of Colet Island. Runner, you can't just declare him the thief from the get-go. No, of course not. I have his name written down right here. It seems I'm just unable to say it. Fascinating. A curse of sorts. I assume this is the punishment where they decide is just or not. Just? How could this be just? To be forever called a thief by everyone? Even I can't say my own name anymore. Well, as far as I'm concerned, it seems right to me. Girl, everyone is just speaking the truth, are they not? Defense demands the prosecution abstain from claiming unproven statements. Firmly believe my client innocent, of course. Yeah, what do we have here? A kleptomaniac cell from another world? Oh. Well, about that. I might have actually done it. Oh.
Oh.
Yes, our greatness did specify that the defendant's guilt was non-negotiable. We're only here to determine whether the punishment he faced for it was reasonable. Now then, prosecution, please give your opening statement. What? I don't know anything about this case, old man. You only just called us in here, remember? You're the one with all the details, so go on, get to it. Well, I suppose Actually, why don't we just let the victim describe what happened?
Oh my god.
He should have the most accurate knowledge of the event. This must be some kind of nightmare. Every good lawyer knows you should never defend yourself. Does this count? Alright, who are you then? Ah yeah, myself. I own tooth shop, I on call it, I do. Greatest shop in town it is, I tells you. It's the only shop in town. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not so close. No touching. You don't know what could happen. All could implode. I don't think the goddess would allow this whole thing if that were a real possibility. It's as if it's only the shop. There's no better, this world or the next. Never seen anyone complaining. Yes, whatever. Now tell us what happened. How did you let yourself get swindled so easily? Hey, I'll say it all, as you watch me. Great heist. Huge just number of day. I was trending to me cash register, and suddenly this kid burst in. A green blur, I tells you. Grabs the nearest thing and runs behind himself. I turn around, but he ain't there anymore. So I turn back to the entrance. Hey caramba, he's gone. Nowhere to be seen, it tells you. Can't afford me wares going for free, you know. They are already cheap as possible. Why I oughta... Well, I suppose you already did pay the ultimate price.
Does shopkeep actually look like this? The fuck?
I mean, I guess it's the best they could do, considering we're going from a 2D sprite to 3D here. Oh, the script is testimony. I feel like it was there. Hold on, there's just one thing I'm confused about. Who was it that said this curse or whatever it is on my client? It was me, of course. What kind of shopkeep would I be without some good magic? How it looks, but the guy can literally shoot deadly energy beams. So not underestimate him.
Stop talking to
Right,
yourself. Stop talking to yourself.
Proceed with the cross-examination. Well, clearly I gotta press the ultimate price. What does that mean? Oh, that's right. This guy literally killed me when I went back in the store. What?
What?
You know, if you're going to make him a lie, at least make it believable. It's not a lie, it's true. Are you here then? I don't know. It got undone somehow. The moment I'm getting fried and then poof. Back at the doorstep and this guy is just smiling at me creepily. Surely death is enough of a punishment for death. This all sounds very hard to believe, defendant. Well, what did the madness mean by the ultimate prize then? I just mean the curse I said on him, didn't I? Yes, that was it. Perfectly sensible. Okay, starting to get goosebumps. But surely that is all there is to it. Lawyer, whatever that means. You saying there's no lawyers in your world at all? I don't think there are. Guess I'll just press everything. All done, you know. The people have been spending their money at the blasted trendy game. Alright, scoundrel. Trendy game. 10 rupees per game. It's pretty easy to win. This is my finest tunic. Oh, but I wish I could. The goddess herself forbade us from talking about this. Technical limitation, whatever that means. This is ridiculous. That's something at least. Fucking 980 rupees bow. Of course not. I don't have a counter. What? I see. Hey, actually that reminds me. All behind me was starting to get moldy. Is this all a joke? Kind of skit.
Might as well be.
Oh, caramba, he's gone. Never needed any. Everyone was shocked when I told them. I tells you, shocked. Why did you need to steal from the store exactly? Well, I see. I really needed one of the things in
He
there.
had no money.
Yes, that's what paying is for. I was shipwrecked. I wasn't exactly swimming in rupees. Defense, do you have an actual question for a witness? Let's move on. Well, I don't know about cheap considering the fucking bow. Fuck. Cheap, you say? Yeah. Let's see. Goodness gracious. 980 rupees for simple bow? Well, that's more than I get paid in... Wait just a blooming second. All the villagers be happy with me shop, nowhere's even complain, you know? That's so, witness. How many customers do you get each day? It's not important. Not
No.
because of that plastic trendy game.
Yeah,
How
sure.
many folks prefer to play a stupid train? I agree the price have been inflated. So what? What do you mean, so what? My other side itself needed to survive somehow. The price weren't really unreasonable. Oh, shipwreck. It would have taken me months to get that kind of money.
Still, you don't have the right to be a thief, though.
In the survival scenario, I suppose this explained the defendant's motive at the very least. Indeed, he didn't just steal out of malice or with profit in mind. It was a life or death situation. Life or death, you say? Tell me, which one of the items listed in the flyer is necessary for survival, precisely? Well, for instance...
There's nothing.
Exactly. Maybe the recovery hours 10 rupees
No.
too much for now.
10.
Oh, I agree. That's a terrible deal. Even that you can get them by just cutting some grass.
He's not wrong.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes. Everything the stores carry is that one might need for survival. They've been easily obtained somewhere else. But even then, had no pressing need to steal anything. No food or water listed among the wares, after all. I wasn't just trying to survive, I was trying to leave the island. Leave the island? Ugh. How would you do that using this set of items, pray tell? You're planning to paddle off the island with a shovel? No, not directly like that. The island can't be escaped by normal means. I needed them to wake the windfish. What? The heck is a windfish? I'm not sure. Right. So you knew it needed to be awakened because an owl told me. Are you trying not to make sense at this point? Perhaps I can shed some light on this particular matter.
Hello? It's a burb.
Is that a talking owl? on a special quest. Call it no regular land law. Thank the goddesses. What utter nonsense! I object to the presence of this animal in my courtroom. You've never played Phoenix Wright, Dragmire. Oh, so you've accepted everything else happening here, but not this? President has the right to cross-examine the bird. Out of all the bonnet, it's stupid. Allow me to share my opinion on this matter. In this situation as then, I see nothing wrong with allowing a bird to testify, unusual as it may be. Mr. Owl, please tell us all we need to know about the nature of Collet Island. Hoot. Well, its very existence, its very essence, is tied to the windfish's slumber. As long as the windfish sleep, the island cannot be escaped, like a terrible nightmare. The young sword bearer must thus search for the 8 instruments of the sirens, and play the ballad that will wake the Great One. With the instruments all united, the windfish's slumber shall come to an end, and so shall call it. That didn't explain anything either. Like I said, listening to this bird was a waste of time. Perhaps this was not as clear as I'd hoped. Forgive me. Word mystifying is a bit of an occupational answer of our kind. What occupation? Professional owl? Oh, will happily answer. Witness seems to be all but begging to be cross-examined.
Yeah, he wants to be cross-examined. Here you go.
Well, let's start with the Dodongo in the room. What the heck is a windfish? The Dongo? No, young counselor, you must be confused. Windfish, the Leviathan, is a huge whale. As far as Collet is concerned, it has always been, and as long as Collet is, it will always be. Right, a DT whale. I'd bring the fact that whales are not fish, but at this point I don't think it really matters. What would happen if you did try? Why couldn't you just build a raft to try to sail away? Truthfully, I do not know. Perhaps, no matter how long you sail, the island would just never fade from view. So you would never end, like an infinite staircase, until you turn around and found yourself back where you started in no time. Or perhaps you would just die. Yeah, that's a possibility. And I thought about trying that a few times. But one way to escape. Well, how does one obtain these elusive instruments exactly? There's no simple task. Instruments of sirens sleep deep within temples scattered across the land, from when monsters trap and other danger. At the end of each, a formidable foul foe guarding a piece. Yes, to obtain all the instruments of your is to slay all those who corrupt the island from within. Foes? That sounds the same, like some kind of mass murder spree. appears. Yes. It appears that our world may differ from each other more significantly than I thought. I cannot feel him here. How strange. What in Din's name are you babbling about now, you feathered menace? In our land, since the very beginning of time, evil influence has permeated all. The king of evil, the demon lord Ganon, from the very dirt of the earth, to even the first thought of an infant. If you dig deep enough, if you look closely enough, you will find his malice and hatred. King of evil Ganon! We noticed too. Just be a coincidence? Loudly, when I speak of vanquishing foes, I speak of his creations. Deeply rooted in the most primordial evil, these foul beasts' only goal are for their own survival and for the misery of others. No being that has been touched by Alia's grace would object to their destruction. It is an innate to our nature as breeding. And yet, here is a world without him. Is your world lucky to have been spared, or has ours been particularly unlucky? That I do not know. Perhaps this is the very reason her grace has chosen this world to send us to. Any idea what this is about? I think I do, actually. Really? I don't think it really matters to what we're talking about, though. Right. Get back to the matter then? Why, of course. That's what I'm musing about. Right, and I don't suppose making noise any other way would suffice? You know, just screaming into his ear or something? Of course not, my dear counselor. When a fish's sleep is not natural. A magical slumber like that can only be broken via magical means. Right, but what did you mean by that last part? Will something happen to call it when the winged fish wakes? Solid Island is a magical place, born of the wind fish's slumber. As the Leviathan awakens, magic keeping call it in place will dissipate. You mean? Of course. When the windfish wakes, call it will disappear, and nary a sight shall remain. What? Did you know about this? Well, truth be told, I suspected. Ah, clever lad. Surely you've noticed. The only shop in town is selling nothing but tools and equipment, shopkeepers with magical powers, villages of talking animals. Call it as a whole is unnatural. It's a place made of dreams and nightmares. Villagers of talking animals? I must have missed that part. What about the inhabitants then? Where will they go when the island disappears? Or indeed. All we've heard here. I think one thing has been made clear. My client has truly found himself in a life or death situation. His testimony fully corroborates that. On top of that, to escape the island, he had to go on a life-threatening quest. In order to survive this ordeal, he needed to be as well equipped as possible. The only way to get the needed equipment was from the store, which was charging exorbitant prices. These are all clear mitigating factors. And with that in mind, the defense assert this punishment is far too severe. Indeed. Let's paint the defendant with a more positive light. It appears the theft might have been necessary, given the situation. That was easier than I thought. It's still early enough to go back to sleep. Well, that always used to annoy me a little, but it's really come to my rescue this time, hasn't it? Only here to help, lad. Of course. Certainly don't tell me that you've woken me in the dead of night just to make a farce out of this trial. Farce? Mr. Dragmire, the defense has just presented a rather compelling argument. Compelling? Don't make me laugh. He has a reason to do what he did. All criminals have reason. There's no justification. It wasn't just any reason. Survival was a stake. Was it though? You, bird brain. What is it? Said that the defendant was to go visit a bunch of dusty old temple in search of the instruments. Tell me, are those instruments the only things in there? I suppose they were not. Structures as old as those, you're bound to find things left by previous inhabitants. I'm sure there would be a lot of treasure left in there too. Oh no. Treasure! Money! All that was within the brass grasp. Could have easily gotten the funds to properly purchase the item installed with only a little legwork. Wait a moment. It wouldn't be that easy. This place were full of monsters and traps. Without any equipment, it would be too dangerous to go alone. Take this. Quickly forgotten defense. Try to recall this flying menace's words from just a few moments ago. It wasn't bare-ended at all. How dare you? Wanted to keep the treasure? That's not even remotely possible. All the treasure as part of Call It would naturally disappear with it. Doesn't mean anything. Thor might not have known that. Oh, come on. Just admit you're wrong. This is quite the pickle indeed. So is the defense. Actually, that reminds me. There was something you kept bringing up in your testimony, Mr. Witness. What is it? You often mention that Call It is like a dream or a nightmare. How literal is that? What are you going on about now? Of course it's not actually... Oh no, it very much is. What? On that point was clear. My apologies. Call It only exists within a dream. We're in a dream right now too, in fact. This whole trial isn't real?
Oh my god.
I should have known. This whole thing was way too fantastical.
Fantastical.
Well then... Now that we made that clear, I'm just going to go and wake up, if you don't mind. But that might be the wisest thing you've proposed so far, Defense. But of course, it's not going to be you waking up. I'm the only real person here. I haven't the slightest idea how my main conjured up this nonsense. Shouldn't have had that novel pursuit before bed. Oh, suppose it wouldn't be the first time I've dreamt of the courtroom. It's never been quite this vivid, but I guess the soulman's is still quite the active imagination. Meanwhile, my imagination's been a bit overactive right now, I guess. I haven't even had any noble pursuits. Please wait. Huh? You can't just wake up. What about me? What about you? You're clearly just an invention of my mind, Brett. Hey, want a resolution? No problem. Judge, declare guilty verdict right now. Executor Dagmeier, refuse to hand out a faulty verdict, even in my dreams. This won't do. Just have to wake up now. Here goes.
Really, Judge?
Strange. I don't seem to be able to. If I may interject, as they have said that this is a dream, yeah? Why would that mean that nothing here is real? Oh, be quiet, you pile of feathers! Banish you from my dreams, be gone!
He's still here.
What? What is this? Am I stuck in this nightmare? Well, naturally, only one person here can actually control the dream. Everyone else is just along for the ride, so to speak. I think everyone here is actually real, just sharing the same dream. Well, of course. Her Grace chose one person to be the host and then thrust the others into it. Preposterous. This is all in the great Brad's dream. Why didn't he just remove this curse on his own? Preposterous? Not at all, my angry Garuda friend. I never said he's the one in charge. He came from the dream world of Call It, after all. How did he end up in someone else's dream then, you blasted buzzard? Having battled with Ganon before, he is particular interest to the Demon Lord. The Evil One saw an opportunity, and forcefully shoved him into the dream of the Windfish. A dreamscape he has been steadily perverting with his evil for many years. He infested it with his own creations, twisted it into a dangerous place, and imprisoned its creator within. As a result, that's also why our green-clad friend cannot wake up normally. But this world is free of Ganon. Whoever the host of this dream is, could indeed just wake. Though I cannot imagine the goddess Ilya would be very thrilled with that conclusion. I haven't made all that effort to bring her chosen hero here. You know all this. Why isn't it obvious? I myself am part of the Windfish spirit. Could not just stand idly by when Ilya's own champion was dealt such a bad end. So, I tried to lead you to the 8 instruments, and reached out to Ilya for help with this predicament. I can hardly believe it. Well, who is it then? Who's the one controlling this dream? That I do not know. That's something you'll have to find out for yourself.
Really?
Whoever it is, you'll have the final word in this trial. That's it then. It all hinges on this point. Who's the dream's Windfish? Let's consider all the facts. We're really
Here we go
going
again.
toss route.
Here we go again. Well, I don't know about this. Go ahead. I'm in control. Like I'm the host.
I am this dream's windfish.
What the fuck is this case? What is this case?
Well, what are you looking so smug about?
I'm the
Obvious?
windfish.
I just realized who must be the one controlling this dream. Can't be. You realize it now too. You mean, you're the one? Well, let's give it a try, shall we? What are you?
Oh, hi.
Hello, everyone.
No.
Oh yeah, now this dream's getting good.
Yeah, you're talking my language.
Aaron?
No.
Defense. What did you do to Prosecutor Dragmire? Nothing bad, of course. I just ejected him out of here. Probably walking rather abruptly, right? Waking rather abruptly right about now.
Prosecutor
Decided it'd be
Malin.
nicer to have someone more pleasant to deal with on the opposing side.
Prosecutor Malin.
Prosecution has nothing more to add. The defendant's totally innocent. I won't stand for this. You can't just give yourself an easier opponent.
Hey, that's not.
That's a shame.
Oh.
Wait, we'll give the verdict now. Oh, one good candidate. Huh? Oh, I see no reason for prolonging this trial. Will the defendant please stay from the Is this really okay? Let the goddess wanted a fair trial. Actually, she requested no such thing. What? The way the judge put it, the only stipulation was that someone else decide your fate. At no point did she specify how the decision should be made or how many people should be making it. That still feels like cheating. Well, there's one easy way to find out if it's allowed or not. This court finds the defendant.
Oh.
Wait,
Oh.
I'm not having this.
Oh, shopkeep.
That product was still stolen, you know. What kind of justice is...
There. That's
Don't
justice
interrupt
right
me.
there, bitch.
Now then, once again, this court finds the defendant not
Not
guilty.
guilty.
Yeah. Oh, hey, the defense is now the owl.
Who's at law?
Oh, let's see. Your name is Link. Oh, it's the same. Of course, our name are the same. Not sure why you're surprised. And in any case, I believe you should be getting back to your own world now. And no more stealing, you hear?
Please, no, don't
Of course
steal.
not. Never again.
Look at his eyes.
Glad to hear that. Best of luck on your quest. And with that, court is adjourned.
Fucking shifty eyes, Link. Get out of here with that shit.
Oh my god.
This is the best case ever.
That was very silly.
Oh. What now? Link Legal Agency. Kakariko Village. Oh.
Ugh. What? Where? The office?
You just woke up.
That's right. I stayed to catch on work. I guess I must have fallen asleep reading case files. Man, what a crazy dream, though. What? What was it about again? I was in court, and then... Ah, darn, it's gone already. Can't remember a single thing.
No.
Oh well. The
That's like,
end.
oh my god. Should have been at the end with a
Beautiful.
question mark. That
It
was the best thing.
continues in Link's Awakening. Well, unless I'm mistaken, that was everything for Hero of Law.
That's
That
it,
was
yeah.
very enjoyable. I did
Yes,
not
it
think
was.
there would be another, 30 more minutes of another case. That was very silly.
Oh, thanks for giving you up this much. I didn't think it was gonna be that.
Well,
That was awesome.
I'm hoping for a sort of sequel to this, but I'm sure it's gonna take a few years before we get that.
Right.
So anyways, it's getting very late. I need to go to freaking sleep immediately after that.
Yes.
Sure, Chrono Trigger, why not? Let's go.
Sleep the Chrono Trigger.
Alright, well, you all know the solution, so clearly you can do better than I did. Have a good night, everyone.
Later.
Oh, and before I forget, stay safe out there.
Please.